Good morning to you. We are so happy for this Rnblive, which is our weekly presser, hosting it today and moderating the day's activities. Sekanjako Abeka. I am an advocate and I represent the Uganda Law Society to the Law Council. So I am honored to be presiding over or to be moderating today's activity that is quite eventful. We have a number of activities. And in our midst, we have members from the PFF, led by Honorable Proskovia Salam Musumba, and other dignitaries, Honorable Nyanjula, and quite a number of them. Not to destroy the protocol, the VP of the Uganda Law Society will be introducing them in the due course. But we are so honored to have you here, and thank you for keeping time. And to let you know, we have a number of people following this event present here. We have the VP, Mr. Asimwe. We have council members. I have Mr. Isiko, and quite a number of them online, following online, including our own President, Mr. Isaac Semakade. We are glad to have you all. Thank you so much for keeping time. And so on the agenda, we have the opening prayers, then we have the national anthems, we have the welcoming remarks, then we have the opening remarks by the VP, we have a presentation from Mary Hartz, we have a presentation of a petition on victims of torture by Advocate Jumba Anthony. We have topic 1, which will be about the marching orders regarding the strike day details and launch of Section 3C committee. Then we have the upholding of constitutionalism in changing times. I think this is where we shall have the great input from the PFF. After that, we shall have closing remarks and a vote of thanks. So without much ado, allow me to invite Vivian to do the prayers, and then after that we shall head into the national anthem.
Let us pray. Kind and most loving, precious Father, I want to thank you for this day. I want to thank you for the gift of life. I want to thank you for bringing all of us here for another session. We pray that you continue to bless us and guide us. In Jesus' name I've prayed. Amen.
Okay, thank you. Let's do the national anthems.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Once again, Mr. Isaac Semakade online, Honorable Salam Musumba, Honorable Nyanjula, the Vice President, Mr. Anthony Asimwe, the council members present online and physically here, the advocates present here and online, ladies and gentlemen, the media, good morning. And welcome to this edition of Rnblive. Rnblive, it is a weekly engagement between the council members and the members of the bar the advocates. And of course, since we are a bar association, and one of our mandates is to be the watchdog of democracy in Uganda and rule of law, we serve the public in that arena as well. So quite a number of them attend, and most of our attendance, it is online. So we welcome you to today's edition, and without much ado, I'll invite the CEO of the Uganda Law Society, Madam Christine Awori, to give her opening remarks and welcoming remarks.
Our distinguished guest today, the President of Uganda Law Society, online, Honorable Salama Msumba, Honorable Doreen Nyanjura, all the cabinet members of People's Front Freedom, the Governing Council present here and online. Present we have the Vice President, the Treasurer, and Secretary, and a representative of Central is somewhere but coming. The members present here in the room and online, the staff of Uganda Law Society, and the Fourth Estate, good morning. I warmly welcome you to our 21st Radical New Bar, live weekly press and public engagement. Our first discussion today focuses on the lawyers' strike scheduled to take place tomorrow, the 26th of June, 2026, and the concerns that have given rise to this action. We shall be hearing from the Governing Council of Uganda Law Society, who will provide guidance on the way forward in the Society's position and the issues affecting the legal practice and administration of justice. We shall also launch Section 3C Committee, established pursuant to Section 3C of the Uganda Law Society Act, which mandates the Society to represent, protect, and assist members of the legal profession in Uganda as regards conditions of practice and otherwise. This committee is intended to strengthen the Society's efforts in safeguarding the welfare, rights, and professional interests of the advocates across the country. Our second topic is focused on constitutionalism. This week, we officially launched ULS at 70, marking 70 years of Uganda Law Society's existence and service since it was established in 1956. Today's discussion is under topic ULS at 70, Upholding Constitutionalism in Changing Times. We are reminded that the defense of the constitutionalism is our responsibility. We are particularly honored to host members of the Cabinet of the People's Front for Freedom, PPF. We had previously invited the Executive Chairperson, that is Honorable Erias Lukwago, to lead this conversation, but unfortunately we all are aware where he is and what happened. It's so sad. He has recently suffered gross human rights abuse, including abduction and unlawful detention. As the Ugandan Law Society, we stand in solidarity with him as a senior member of this profession and reaffirm our commitment to the protection of human rights, freedoms, and dignity of all advocates. We are grateful to have PFF leadership for honoring our invitation and for joining us to share reflections on constitutionalism, democratic governance, and the challenges facing Uganda in these changing times. We thank all the participants for joining these important discussions every Thursday, presently here and online, and social media at large. We thank you. We look forward to a candid, productive, and solution-oriented discussion today. Thank you. Chakanjako, you can have the podium.
Thank you so much for those wonderful remarks. At this very juncture, allow me to invite the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society to come and address the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Sekanjako Abubakar. Thank you, Madam CEO. Our guests for today, Honorable Rnblive, Deputy President PFF, who has just joined us. You're welcome. Honorable Proskovia Salam Musumba, the Speaker, Honorable Nyanjura. Together, the delegation from PFF, we do thank you for coming through. The President of the Radical New Bar, the Uganda Law Society, Isaac Chimazese the Senior Counsel, who is following online, members of Council present, the members of the Uganda Law Society, majority of them are following online, the members of the public who are always here with us every Thursday, and the Fourth Estate, who has always been with us. We do, once again, I add my voice to that of the CEO to welcome you. Madam CEO, as well as the members of Secretariat, we can't thank you enough for steering us this far and for the great job you're doing. Our guest today, we really appreciate you coming through and standing with us and being with us. As you heard the CEO giving the context of what we are covering today, this is the 21st series this year, Rnblive, the Rnblive weekly hybrid press and public engagement with the RNB. This is the 21st of its kind, and every other week we do confront various issues and matters that affect the rule of law, administration of justice in this country in exercise of our mandate under the Uganda Law Society Act. That is specifically what we do. And for today, as you heard the CEO talk about two major aspects, one being the marching orders for Strike Day, and also upholding constitutionalism in the changing times. These topics could not come in more timely than today. If you recall, on the 2nd of June, that's this month, we did announce a strike for 26th, which is tomorrow. And this was as a result of the dissatisfaction with the way our judiciary has been treating this fight against torture and, human rights abuses. And I want to first take you back to the statement we released that day. I'll read it verbatim for us to appreciate where that it all came from. And the context as to why we did announce that day as a strike day. This was on the 2nd of June, and we titled it, ULS Condemns Constitutional Court Judgment in Farouk Mohammed and others versus Attorney General as a grave setback for the rule of law and human rights protection. And was saying that as the world prepares to mark the International Day in support of victims of torture on 26th June, that is tomorrow, the Uganda Society registers its profound condemnation of the Constitutional Court's judgment in Farouk Mohammed and others versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 17 of 2024, and Constitutional Reference number 2 of 2024, delivered this morning. And if you do recall, that was the matter where Honorable Kamba and colleagues went to the Constitutional Court over the charges they were facing arising out of torture. The court's declaration that Section 11(2) of the Human Rights Enforcement Act 2019 is unconstitutional represents a regrettable retreat from the protection of non-derogable rights. It undermines core constitutional, regional, and international safeguards against torture and other gross violations. The exclusionary rule in Section 11(2), which mandates automatic nullification of proceedings and acquittal where an accused person's derogable rights are breached, is not a mere procedural technicality. It is a foundational epistemic safeguard. Evidence or proceedings tainted by torture are inherently unreliable. Coerced confessions distort truth-seeking and poison the administration of justice. Courts worldwide and Uganda's own Prohibition and Prevention of Torture Act 2012, Section 14, recognize that reliability cannot be salvaged from coercion. The Faruku judgment risks legitimizing Uganda's well-documented record of torture instead of eradicating it. The court invoked concerns about victims of crime and social interest in prosecution to justify diluting these protections. This reasoning is profoundly misguided. Torture is never a legitimate investigative tool. Excusing it by allowing tainted proceedings to continue creates a dangerous moral hazard. Security agencies, aware that violations may not lead to automatic nullification, face reduced deterrence and are insensitive to resort to coercion. This fosters impunity, wrongful convictions, eroded public trust, and cycles of grievance, the very opposite of protecting victims or society. This ruling prioritizes completion of criminal trials over the absolute prohibition of torture-tainted processes. It is therefore fundamentally flawed, internally inconsistent, and incompatible with Uganda's legal obligations. Now we talk about the internal inconsistencies and disregard for constitutional and international provisions. The judgment suffers from glaring internal contradictions. While purporting to uphold the sanctity of non-derogable rights under Article 44 of the Constitution, which prohibits any limitation on freedom from torture, it renders those protections practically meaningless by striking down automatic nullification. This creates a regime where violations can be cured simply by proceeding with a tainted trial, which directly contradicts the supremacy of the Constitution and Article 2 and non-derogable character of these rights. Particularly troubling is the court's complete failure to engage with Uganda's constitutional history. The judgment does not cite any of the three key commissions of inquiry: the Said Commission of 1971, Odero Commission of 1986, or the Odoki Commission of 1993, whose findings on historical patterns of abuse, arbitrary detention, and torture directly inform the strong anti-torture and rights protection provisions in the 1995 Constitution. This omission is a serious intellectual and judicial failure. The ruling further disregards multiple binding frameworks, the first one being the Constitution of Uganda, Articles 24, 28, 44, 45, and 50, which entrench protections against torture and guarantee fair trials free from coerced evidence. The second one being the Treaty for Establishment of the East African Community, Articles 6D and 7.2 on upholding human rights and the rule of law. Third is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Articles 7 and 14, the UN Human Rights Committee General Comment number 20, and jurisprudence prohibiting torture derived evidence and requiring effective remedies. Number 4 is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, specifically under Article 5 and African Commission jurisprudence emphasizing absolute prohibition and victim redress. The next is Convention Against Torture, Article 15, which explicitly bars the use of statements obtained by torture as evidence. The UN Special Rapporteur reports on torture consistently stress the duty to exclude tainted evidence and proceedings. And now we also talked about the epitome of failure by the bench. The ULS calls out the Constitutional Court bench, including the newly appointed Deputy Chief Justice, Moses Kaziwe-Kaomi, for delivering what amounts to the epitome of failure to safeguard the rule of law by prioritizing completed criminal trials and reducing torture protections to money-only civil claims. They elevated form over substance and abdicated their role as guardians of constitutionalism. This judgment weakens judicial independence and emboldens executive overreach, contrary to the oaths of office and public expectations of impartial justice. This was our way forward. The ULS urges all stakeholders, judges, legal practitioners, civil society, and the international community to reject this precedent and reaffirm the absolute prohibition on torture-derived processes. The Radical New Bar Governing Council has resolved to pursue the following remedies. Number 1, these are locally pursued remedies, to establish a special committee to coordinate an appeal to the Supreme Court by Honorable Paul Akamba and other parties, and seek continuation of Section 11(2) pending appeal. Organize a nationwide lawyers' strike on 26th June to raise public awareness, intensify public interest litigation, training on exclusionary rules, and systematic documentation of violations. Regionally, we shall approach the East African Court of Justice for interpretation and redress under the East African Community Treaty. Internationally, we shall engage the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, UN Human Rights Committee, Special Rapporteur on Torture, and other mechanisms through urgent communications, shadow reporting, and individual complaints where domestic remedies are exhausted, and shall seek advisory opinions highlighting Uganda's non-compliance with its international obligations. The Uganda Law Society reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the rule of law, judicial integrity, and the fundamental rights of all Ugandans. We stand ready to support affected parties and will not relent in our advocacy for justice, for a justice system worthy of our constitution. And this was issued by the Uganda Law Society Council on the 2nd day of June 2026 at the ULS House, signed by all the Executive Council members. Now, this is the foundation of our strike. Topic number 1, the issue we are discussing. Today we are going to receive marching orders from the Governing Council and give directions on how this strike is going to occur. Now, when you listen to this, and why we particularly came out to condemn the Constitutional Court, we looked at what is happening currently. It is so discouraging that in the happenings in this country, the court which should be the bedrock of justice, the Constitutional Court, the judges who should be protecting the citizens of this country, are the ones that are removing all the necessary shields. No wonder we saw an intensified abuse of these rights and an increase in impunity shortly after this decision was released, was delivered. Just last week we saw how our member, Erias Lukwago, counsel, was violently abducted tortured, both physically, emotionally, and the photos shared online by security agencies, the CDF bragging about this. And a few days after his abduction, we do not know where he is, what's happening to him, he's produced in court. He's taken to police, produced in court, and he's charged. And the judiciary, again, that is supposed to avail or to give these protections, is moving on with this kind of trial. We saw where it all started from, and many more. So a message is being sent that there's total disregard for rule of law in this country. We do not respect constitutionalism, and the institutions that should be at the forefront of fighting for this 31 years after the Constitution are instead the ones abdicating their duties. That is why we said enough is enough. We have to send a message as the members of the legal profession, as lawyers in the country. We said we must do our role under Section 3D of the Uganda Law Society Act. As if that's not enough, Erias Lukwago is a member of the bar. He was simply doing his work, representing his client. And when you look at the charges that were brought, these are charges that were sanctioned by the DPP and read by a judicial officer. And the judicial officer remands this member, a lawyer, who is simply doing his job of representing a client. We look at it as a deliberate attack on the legal profession, which is also the bedrock of the rule of law and administration of justice in the country. So where do you expect the Ugandans to go? What should happen to the rest of the Ugandans? What message is being sent? And ultimately, we see this being a continuation, a deliberate attempt on overthrowing the Constitution, constitutionalism, and the proper constitutional governance in this country. So when all this happened and we announced the strike, of course there's a lot of anger amongst especially lawyers who are saying, why are we waiting for 26th? Why don't we strike today? This is, it's too much. We can't stand this. And we said, we hear your cries. First of all, we've always respected members' autonomy. And this was a reminder to us that whoever thought they are safe, whoever imagined they're in a safe corridor, they're untouchable, it's a reminder that no one is actually safe. And it is our duty, each and every one of us. It's not just lawyers, it's not just politicians, it's each and every citizen, every Ugandan. We've had this misconception where people want to politicize everything. This is beyond political affiliation, political beliefs, or ideologies. This is an issue that affects each and every Ugandan, regardless of your political affiliation, your religion, your age, your status, it doesn't matter. So we shall hear details about that, the marching orders of our strike for tomorrow, which will be clearly laid out as part of the discussion for today. Our other topic on ULS Act 70, I must, for purposes of protecting the discussions we have in council, which I'm not supposed to divulge here publicly, I must say we've had several discussions as the governing council. Some of you may not be aware that the Uganda Law Society marks 70 years of existence this year. It was established by an ordinance, a colonial ordinance of 1956, the Uganda Law Society Act, current I think Cap 305, on to the recent revisions. And this year we are marking 70 years of existence. And while having internal discussions, we kept contemplating, how do we celebrate our 70 years of existence? Should we have merrymaking? We have parties, party after party, we dance, we invite all these dignitaries, we smile, we wear nice clothes, we dance, and give very beautiful speeches. And then it came upon us, and we started reflecting and agreed and said, okay, currently, where do we stand as the Uganda Law Society, and as far as the practice of law is concerned, the independence of the legal profession, and the role we should be playing in as far as supporting the members of the public is concerned. And we said, this is not a time to party. It is a time to stand with the members of the community. It is time to show the public, the citizens, exactly what is expected of us. When the rule of law is under attack, it is our mandate, it is our statutory duty to stand with the members of the public, to guide, to advise, to protect, and promote the rule of law. That is why we chose to celebrate, to launch the celebrations the way we've done. And we shall have several series. If you remember on Monday, yes, on Monday, we had Charles Kanjama, Senior Counsel, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, join us. He had come along with a delegation from the East Africa Law Society, who had also traveled there together with Martha Karua, Senior Counsel, who we know is on the same legal team with our colleague Erias Lukwago, representing Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye. You saw the unfortunate events that happened when we went to the airport to pick them, where Martha Karua was denied entry into the country for no reason, in total breach of the East Africa, the treaty creating the East African community, and total disregard of other rights. Several of them, we issued a statement which you must have seen. And she was subsequently declared a persona non grata in Uganda. These are worrying times, colleagues. But we are grateful to the East Africa Law Society, that's our regional bar association, the Law Society of Kenya, for standing with us. And we did launch the ULS at 70 at the stairs with President Charles Kanjama, Senior Counsel, the President of Law Society of Kenya, and the delegation from the East Africa Law Society, where we communicated that we shall have a series of events in commemoration of our 70 years, doing exactly what is expected of us, what we should be doing during such a time. So today is yet another, continuation of that launch, and under the theme Upholding Constitutionalism in Changing Times, where we shall hear from our guests speak to that. We give to the members of the public exactly what we should be, and that is why, if you look at the state of the rule of law in the country, that is why we choose to have these events the way we're having them. So to those, the torture victims, the relatives, their families out there, we understand what you could be going through. We might not be the ones, but we also know any of us can be a victim tomorrow. No one would want to go through such ordeals of suffering for just being human, just being a Ugandan. It's almost an offense to be Ugandan. The other day, we were having a discussion, a space, and the President was reminding us of the fact that we've gone back to the days of uncertainty, where before you could be certain, what the Constitution demands is certainty, so that even if anyone is suspected to have committed any offense, there's some kind of certainty where okay, this person is going to be summoned to police, they'll make a statement, they'll be produced in court. As lawyers would usually draw a plan. These are the strategies. We're going to apply for bail, we're going to ask for A, B, C, D. But right now, there's no certainty whatsoever. That affects our practice as lawyers. People have lost confidence in the system, the judicial system, and even citizens. Every day, today as I was leaving home, the people close to me were worried. They were telling me they're not sure I'll return. That's the uncertainty we're talking about. You don't know what will happen to you the next day, where you'll be taken. And it is really disturbing in a country where we say we have the Constitution, where we should be having constitutional governance and living under constitutionalism. So I do, once again, welcome you to the Uganda Law Society House. and also encourage you to take active part in these discussions, in these activities, because ultimately you have yourself to blame if we do not find solutions. I'll say this again, as Ugandans, we're on our own, and it's us to find a way. I'll close by reminding you that on the 4th of June, the President, while giving his State of the Nation address, he made no mention whatsoever on these aspects of the state of rule of law in the country, the happenings we are seeing, and up to now, it is still tight-lipped. Yet we know there's a social contract that is there between, the government and Ugandans, that he should be accountable. But the communication we are getting now, loud and clear, is that we are on our own and we must fight for our rights. No one is going to come to our rescue unless we do it ourselves. So I thank you very much, and welcome you, colleagues, once again, yet again, to the Uganda Society House. We are always here to provide every kind of support we can as mandated by the law. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asimwe, our Vice President. Thank you so much for those remarks and for putting in context our strike and then today's topics. At this very moment, allow me to introduce at least our guests and make recognition of the guests who have managed to come today. I'll start with Honorable Salam Musumba, who is already here. I'm informed she's the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Convention for the PFF. We have Honorable Lulume Baiga. He's the Deputy President, Buganda Region. We have Honorable Nyanjula Dorin. She's the Head of Special Interest Groups. Hope I got that right. We have Mr. Wanyera Simon. He's the Head of Mobilization and at the National Assembly for the PFF. We have Mr. Okedo Kennedy. He's the Deputy Secretary General. We have Mr. Buyondo Henry. He's the Chairperson, Youth League, PFF. Thank you for coming. We have Council Kunihira Proskovia. She's the head, please. We have the Council Kunihira Proskovia. She's the head of the legal desk at the Secretariat, PFF. We have Council Mariam Obedi Utare. She's also on the legal team for PFF. And she's a former, sorry. I think I didn't get this right. But she's on the legal team for Dr. Kiza Besige and Hajo Bedi Utare as well. Then we have Mr. Luchams. Sorry, I'm failing to pronounce this name. Alhak. Thank you so much. He's the Chairperson, PFF Machindye Division. Then we have Mr. Mayanja Robert. He's the mobilizer, Kampala, for PFF. Then we have Mr. Wabulembo Robin. He's the mobilizer, Iganga District. And finally, on the team, we have Mr. Kakuru. I think he didn't want to be mentioned. Yeah. Yes, he's also part of the legal team for the PFF. Thank you so much for coming for today's event. And allow me to communicate that we shall have a change in program a bit. Initially, we had communicated that the first item will be on the marching orders for the strike, for the tomorrow's strike. But we've opted to have the second item as number one, the ULS at 70, upholding constitutionalism in changing times. So we're going to have that as topic number one. But before we dive into that discussion, we are going to have a presentation of a petition on victims of torture to the Uganda Law Society by Advocate Jumba. and he's already here. I'll invite him to speak to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Advocate Sekanjako. Protocol observed. The President of the Radical New Bar, Mr. Senior Counsel Isaac Semakade, the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, the Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society, our distinguished guests, especially members from the PFF, a good morning to you all. Good morning. I thank the President of the Uganda Law Society for the opportunity that has been granted to me and to the clients, especially in respect to the fight against torture. The torture victims I have with me here, you can come, are one of the courageous survivors of torture who stood from the many, especially not in the political realm, but in the employment sector or private realm. Colleagues, the presentation of our petition today will demonstrate how dangerous torture can be and how any element of torture can spread throughout every sector. Decency, security, and liberty demand that government officials shall be subjected to the same rules of conduct that command to citizens. In government of laws, existence of government will be impaired if it fails to observe the law scrupulously. Our government is potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or for the ill, it teaches the whole people by example. Colleagues, crime is contagious. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for the law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself. It invites anarchy. To declare that the administration of the criminal law, the end of justice, means to declare that the government may commit crimes in order to secure the conviction of a private criminal would bring terrible retribution. Against that pernicious doctrine, that court should resolutely set its face. This was stated by the Supreme Court of USA by Justice Lewis Brandes, a case. Oh, thank you. The wiretapping, which the great Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes called dirty business. In this, colleagues, I'm stressing a fact that state-backed torture soon becomes workplace torture, home-based torture, school-based torture, street-based torture. A clear example of our colleague, may his soul rest in peace, the rugby star, Sidin Gongodio. These are all the results of state-backed torture. The Constitution makes it clear. Freedom from torture is absolute. There is no exception for the workplace, no exception for employers. When a pay slip comes with beatings, it is not employment, it is torture. And torture is a crime in Uganda. The laws have been clearly cited by the Vice President and colleagues of members of the bar and colleagues really understand these laws. You cannot build a business by breaking the people. who work for it. A warehouse is not a detention center. A manager is not above the Constitution. Torture in employment is not just illegal. It is theft of person's humanity. Locking employees in rooms, beating them up, is all illegal, unconstitutional, cruel, heinous, and against the law. And no mankind should be subjected to torture. There are mechanisms. If you think there are things that need to be investigated, follow due process. So the background is from one of the torture victims, the few that have had courage to stand out from the many, under the company known as AGM Solutions Uganda Limited, trading as Spiro. With the few remarks here, I'll let the floor to the victims to tell their story of torture. This is an assignment that was given to me by the president of Uganda Law Society after they made alarm about the torture that is happening in their company. I took this assignment and handled it diligently. And if so, the president wishes, I am willing and ready to continue with the matter, putting into consideration that he is my mentor. I have been an intern and worked with the President Uganda Law Society. Allow me call one of the first victims, Namuhoya Aisha, to tell her story. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Namuhoya Aisha. Fortunately, a fourth-year law student waiting for graduation at Law School of Nkumba. But I joined Spiro, AGM Solutions, last year because I needed money to cover costs and school. So they were giving a part-time job of 8 hours a day. When we joined last year, we signed contracts with these people. But when we signed these contracts, later they changed recruitment agents. I'm not going to get to that, but I'm going to take to the issue that about the torture. It was on the 8th of this month. We were at the workstation. I work at the swap station. We charge batteries for these electricity bikes. So I work at Chisubi swap station, and my other colleagues work at a different swap station in Garuga, still in Entebbe. So on this day, I was called in, no, I was not called like officially, but I got a call from my supervisor that I am needed at the head office of Spiro to make a statement. They did not tell me a statement on what. I talked to my supervisor, he says don't go, but then they later sent 2 men on company motorcycles and they forcefully take me to the place. When I enter the place, when I reach the company, there is the front office of the company, and then behind there is a warehouse and there is a room. In this room, I entered. I did not know my other colleagues were there. And when I entered, my first sight was on this guy who was sleeping down on the floor.
It's okay. It's okay.
He was sleeping down on the floor. Well, there were like 12 men in the room. And he was sleeping down, shirt torn, same to him. There is also another girl that I found in this specific room. When I entered, they were holding electricity lines. Solidors. When I entered, I noticed that these guys were being beaten. They only stopped when I walked in. And when I walked in, these people told me, we want you to make a statement. If you do not make a statement on these guys, we are going to beat you and throw you in prison. I am not usually a bold person, but I tell the person who was heading this, who is the head manager of the repossession department at Spiro, he's called Raymond Cavoyo. When he tells me you have to make a statement on these guys, or else we're going to beat you and throw you in prison, like we're going to do to the rest, I tell him, I don't know what has been happening. I've walked in a room where people are definitely being beaten, but for one, I know the law. I'm a student of the law. Though I'm part-timing with you, none of you is going to beat me. And if you beat me, make sure I either leave here when I'm dead or no trace of me. These guys are like, how do you talk to us like that? I'm like, first of all, you do not force me to say what I don't want to say. And secondly, why are you guys beating someone up, people up? There was actually another girl. She was being held like beaten like a man. I'm like, why are you beating these people up like this? They're like, in Uganda, otugambangani, company ya Vojimani, tusobola okuba n'omuntu n'afa, tewali asobola kujja na simply meaning no one would follow up if they beat someone in that warehouse and they died. So I'm like, no, they tell me to say what I have to, and I'm like, I'm not saying anything if I do not know what's going on. They're like, you have to say these guys committed a crime. I'm like, if I'm to say that, I need to go to the police. Then I know I'm making a statement, not in front of people who are beating up other people. They put me aside. They do not beat me. For me, they did not beat me that very day. Then they continue beating these guys up. When they beat them up, I kept, there were many men, there were like 12 men beating 3, not armed, they were like they are dressed here, because they called them from their workstations just like they are. And they were taking turns in beating these people. That's why it was terrible. Then when I refused, they kept beating these guys and telling them, more gerechino, and they were recording on phones. They have these videos on their phones when they are beating these people and forcing them to talk. We finished, after beating them, they detained us for almost 10 hours that day and released us at 11 p.m. When they released us, of course, they told us, do not make any police report, if you do, we'll still find you. And they stopped us from working. When they did, we stopped working. Then on Monday this week, I was at home with my colleague. Then 2 company cars came to where we were. They had the company number plates. The people who were driving these cars are the same people that were beating these people. When they came, they came in a group of 2 cars, but there were like almost 20 people in the car. They came and carried this guy away. So I tried recording with my phone. When I was recording with my phone, they tried fighting me. No, they pulled my phone, and I told them, you don't have a legal right to take my property because it's my property, and you're taking someone, we don't know where you're taking them, you don't have a police warrant that you're arresting this person. These men, led by one called Bonyaka, hit me really bad, and then I fell the other side. I still have the marks here. They threw me, and then they broke my phone to deal away with the evidence, because all the pictures when they're beating these guys in the warehouse was on this phone. That's what happened. Then when they took him, it was around 10 p.m. I called Councillor Isaac. First and foremost, I would like to thank our president so much, because if it's not Councillor Isaac, some of us would not be heard. I don't know if he's saying this. Thank you so much. I called him at that time. I'm like, so I don't know what to do. They've taken one of the workmates that was being beaten that day and took us. I have videos, though my phone has been broken really bad. Council is like, do you know how they've taken him? No, he says, get in touch with Council Jumba. I call him, I call the vice president. Thank you for picking my calls. But I could not let these guys go when I don't know where they were taking him. Though Council stopped me from following them, I still insisted. I followed them with a motorcycle. We followed them. They took him to different locations, but I'm sure they're taking him to a torture place because these people do not use police. They do things themselves. When I followed them, eventually, I think they feared that people are following them this time around. They first dropped him at Weogere when I insisted that they were not supposed to take him to Chireka, and yet they say he committed a crime in Chisubi. They took him to Chireka. That's why they left him. But in all that, I want to thank you, Council. I also want to thank Council Isa for at least listening, to allowing people be heard. Initially, I would see things on the news when they're abducting people, beating up people, until it happened to me and people I know. That is why I said we need to also come and join to talk about this torture. Thank you very much.
It's a sad story, very sad, but these are the other torture victims. If they are free to have something to inform the public, you're free. You know, torture brings trauma. It brings fear on the victims.
Protocol observed, good morning. First of all, I want to thank the President Law Society and Advocate Jumba for hearing us out. As she has said, I think she has said everything. I was picked on Monday 8th, taken to the warehouse, asked to say things I don't know about because I work in the repossession team. We repossess back bikes that have been given to our clients in case they have failed to pay up the money to swap batteries, because if you don't pay, the bikes are a daily payment for you to access batteries. So in case you violate the rules and let me say you don't pay your bike within a week or two, we approach you, talk to you, then if you try to resist, we take back our bike, then till you find ways of clearing your balance, then you come and pick back your bike. So I was taken to the warehouse claiming I stole a battery from a swap station, which was not true. I tried to explain myself, telling them I didn't do anything, but then the beating was too much that I had to say things I even don't know about. So the beating was too much. It had to involve my colleague. He also came through with some lady that work at the swap station, claiming I pick batteries from their swap station, doing illegal activities, which is not true. So due to the beating, we had to say things we were not supposed to say. So we were detained there because I was taken at around 1 till 11. These guys came in at around 3. So from there we left. So we reached home, and due to what had happened, I had no one by my side. There's this thing of Gambanoga and stuff. So I had no one to stand by my side, call someone, be like, you know what, this has happened, can you be in for me? So I just let shit slide. Sorry for the language though. So time passed, and I think it was around 15th when our colleague reached out to the President Law Society, who went through Jumba, and we had to reach where we are now. But then it was just a few days ago on Monday where I was picked at the swap station. I was just chilling, of course. It was in the evening at around, it was coming to 10. So 2 vehicles came, picked me up. From there, they took me to Kauku. So there were some other 4 people in the car. So we reached Kauku, the repossession manager comes in his own other vehicle, so they became 3 vehicles. They started beating me up in the car, but I told them, guys, last time you beat me, but nothing happened. But this time round, if you touch me, things are going to be different. They took my phone from me. I had 2 phones, but one was taken. So I remained with this one. Then from there, we used the express route. I had them speaking, we're taking them to flying squad and stuff. So reached Boyoge at the express, coming to Chireka. That's where the cars stopped. The guys moved out. They had their own talk and jazz. So from there, I was picked out alone, put in a different vehicle. Number plate UBR 914R. Taken to Chireka police station. From there, he called some, I think she's the IO. I'm not sure about her name, but she's, I think, the IO. They had no arrest warrant for me. So from there, the IO was like, talk to such a guy and put this man inside. So I think they found the officer who was there requested for an arrest warrant from me. Then some guy called Rama produced, I think, to a sort of a document on his phone. Then I found asked for my name. On telling the officer my name, it was not in the arrest warrant. Then he went on to ask them, why is this man here since his name is not in the arrest warrant? Of course, I don't know, but they have their issues as Spiro with that police station in particular. So I think the IO told the officer to just put me in. So I was kept inside for that night. The next day I had to make some calls. Came through, I got a lawyer just to get bond and, maybe proceed with other things later. So on getting bond, we called the repossession manager and the guys who adapted with me that night. They came through. So they requested for bond. On terms of agreeing I get bond, then maybe we get a day, they come back and sit down and reconcile. So I told them there's no reconciliation because there's nothing I've done. So from there, they were like, okay, it's fine, you're going to sign the bond form, then of course you need the surety, then they'll give you bond. On moving out, they disappeared. So it was all mixed up. We tried making calls to them to come back and sign the bond form. They were not picking. When the IO calls them, I think they wanted to detain me for more time so that when it clocks around 6 or 7, they cannot give me bond, so that they detain me again. But then my lawyer sticked on his grounds, and I think when he called the when he called the repossession manager was saying we are coming, and when the IO called, the repossession manager was like, keep that man for some time, till we what? Till time exceeds, so that it doesn't get bond. So things were mixed up. I think IO fell into a trap and they saw things were going to escalate, and I think it was the CID the OC, who came and picked me up and released me without a case. So that's how I managed to leave the station without a case till date. So I just want to say thank you to the President Law Society and Mr. Jumba for coming through, and we hope that we shall serve for our rights. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm called Kevin Wanda. I'm a station leader, Bugaru Gabukaya, where I work. I work as a swap agent, energy team. It was at around 2 p.m. I was called by my supervisor that you are needed at office. You can explain yourself. I told her, what am I going to explain to myself? What have I done? Then, after I called my colleague who we work with, she works her shift starts at around 2 to 10 p.m. Then I always start 10 p.m. to morning. So I called her, we went together. After reaching the head office, here spiral around the Portbell Road, then they sent someone to pick us went directly to the Raymond's office. So after entering the office, I found 8 men inside. And this guy was bleeding, he was beaten. I asked him, Aram, what's the problem? Because he was working as a repo, recovery guy. Then for us, we were swap agents. So I asked Aram, what is wrong? What's the problem? I received 2 hot slaps. Even right now, I don't hear well. I feel like there are bubbles in my ears because the beating was too much. After them calling us that day, on 5th, the recovery guys came at night at around 2 a.m. At the station, when they come at the station, because their system is always faulty, when they find like some batteries are not in the system, they just slap you, beat you. They move with the handicapes, they move with the sticks. So that very day, after asking this man, what is going on here? I received 2 hot slaps. Then they had to tell me, remove your shoes. I sat down, beating us. Did Aram pick batteries at your station? They just force you. So the beating was too much. I was forced even to write statements which was not there because the beating was too much. Even I still have marks here. Everywhere, even here on the back, on my buttocks, I have marks. Even in my phone, we were beaten by soldiers. So they were telling us that from here you're going straight to Luzira. I told them I cannot go to Luzira. At least we pass through police. At least you take us to police because we are not holding up the beating. The beating is too much. They beat us. Me, I'm someone who has no buttocks, but I had 2 buttocks for 2 weeks. Even right now, I don't sleep home because they're always coming home. They want to abduct us because they heard that maybe we are taking them to court, what. So I don't sleep home. I've worn this now for 4 days. I'm always on just streets, not home. So those guys tortured us. For me, who came at around 3 p.m., they detained me for 5 hours in that room. There is a girl also who is coming. So from there, they told us from here you're going to Luzira straight. For you are going for 3 years. Then this one who is a recovery guy is going for 6 years. What? Like the beating was too much. I have marks everywhere. With me here, have marks. So I really don't know where they got all of that knowledge, or maybe the company is the one which orders them to do that. Because I even told Raymond, company abagwira abaindi mutukube we mutyo. We are Ugandans. Just a company abagwira, that's how you treat people. And Indians were just passing, seeing what is happening. Babatulaba mundabiro amo batukuba. Tusobola kwogera kintu kyonna bano bagamba, I've never done that. Baba bakukuba babagalo. They even have recordings in their phones. Babagalo yogere kibagala. Kati batukuba ne batuyisa bubi nnyo. There is one, even my own tribe mate, Wonyaka Emma Umugisu. Yasinga okumpisa bubi nnyo. Bankwata zino enjala ne baza kati. There was a brown guy called Mafias. Is a sales team. Bankwata zino engalo ne baza eno waiting that they are stepping here. Even I have this location in wano mchigere sisobola kuduka emisinde. Nengamba Wonyaka, why how on the rest? You're killing me. My own. So, anyway, we thank the Law Society. Yetukoledde byonna. Sirina bingi byensobola kwogera, but that was part of the story. The beating was too much. Because I've never experienced such beating in my life. Bankuba muno mu mugongo simanyi oba ndizaalayo omwana omulala. Kuba emigo gyali waya za solide ez'amasanyalaze. Nga batukubira waya z'amasanyalaze ne banjuzayuza engoye. Even right now I have those clothes there at home. Zekati ndambulira just ku street kuba batunoonya. Even the other day when they had abducted this guy, they came at my home. They also wanted to pick me. Kati batunoonya buli wamu batunoonya. So that was part of the story. Just njagala kusiima nnyo Uganda Law Society and the President Law Society, Isaac Asemakadde, and the team. Most of the politicians here, but I used to just see them on TV, but I've seen them. Thank you for coming, and that's part of the story.
It's a sad story for the victims of torture. We should condemn torture at all costs. We should vigorously defend the right of freedom against torture, not only as colleagues of the bar, but the general public. Because torture spreads like bushfire. It starts simple, but where it ends, you might not be able to control it. In pursuance of the claim of the victims of torture, we are filing a complaint before the Human Rights Commission today. And in the complaint we are filing today, we are seeking for orders from the Commission that they immediately investigate the complaint and visit this workplace, because this is a serious allegation, especially at employment. We are also seeking a redress from the Commission that it summons the directors of the company, AGM Solution, trading as Spiro, and individuals named herein. The victims have clearly named individuals that they saw with their eyes, including the repossession manager, Raymond Kabayo, Emmanuel Onyaka, the Eastern Regional Supervisor, repossession manager, and Akram Mugabe, among other people that they did not, but those are the few that they managed. These victims are living in fear. They are being intimidated by some company officials. They are receiving calls that are really threatening them. Many of them, all of them did not sleep at their places. I met them today in the morning, and they did not sleep at their places because these people keep on following them, keep on calling them, keep on threatening them. Look at the victim, Aram, who was tortured on the 8th. And this was not enough for them. They had to come for him again on the 22nd. We don't know whether they are coming back. These are the few that have stood out of the many. Because if you listen to their story, they have evidence that very many workers at the company have been tortured. But many fear to come out. They fear to come out to come and tell their story for the threats that are being issued to them. So in those veins, I, as an advocate, I again thank the President of the Uganda Law Society for this important avenue, which is aimed at protecting victims of this nature, because a person who does wrong in dark does it with ease. But a person who does a wrong, knowing that this person is, that what he does is being watched, then probably if they have some human sense, they will stop this cruel habit, heinous, and it's a very cruel act. With those few remarks, allow me to thank the distinguished guests, the Vice President, Uganda Law Society, the members of the Governing Council, and colleagues online for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jumba. And in a special way, I'd like to thank these courageous young men and a lady. That lady reached out at around midnight, coming to 1 a.m. And she was in distress. Yankubire simu nga akaaba. And I think Jumba had also sent me a message, and I had not seen it. So, neyanyonyolako amanya ge nangamba obuzibu alina. Ngamba nti ali ku Kireka, agenda Kireka balina be bawambye naye abagoberedde. Sawa musanvu gw'ekiro. So, engeri yali akabanga ne byayogera sifuna story bulungi ngezako mubuuza buzibu ki. So nimugamba saawa eno genda ku police nanedda abantu bano bakola ne police. So agenda wa ku police bayinza okunkwatirayo. Bana be bawambye na story nga wajiwadde wano. Nimugamba kati genda webake gende ewaka nkimanyi naye ncha keera ku office ku ULS ugenda kusanga omuntu bwati ne bwati. Ekirungi bali bamaze okwogera ne Jumba naye embeera gyalimu yali yeeraliikiriza. So njalo bagumya nti fenga Uganda Law Society tujja sigala nga tubawa obuyambi bw'etusobola obbawa. We are here to protect you, to fight for you, and we shall not stop. But ultimately, this is what we've been talking about. We are allowing lawlessness to take over. Today, the people abducting are putting on a uniform. Others are in plain clothes. That means other people are equally taking advantage of this. We are going to a situation where there is no control because those are not army officers. These are private individuals. Bantu babulijjo bakozi balina company naye nabo balowooza kuba balinga bawamba abantu ne babakuba ne babajjamu naffe katukole ekyo naye kiva ku ki engeri gyetukkiriza obumenyi bw'amateeka ogenda mu maaso ng'ate abantu badde nga bakuuma amateeka abakumi b'eddembe abapoliisi abamagye be babikola kati n'omuntu wa bulijjo toyinza tegeera oli aze mu ngoye za bulijjo n'awamba omuntu tujja kulowooza owa poliisi ya mutute owamagye yakoze eki ya mutute omwayinza okuddamu n'alabika ono maybe balina omukisa nti basobola kukubira pulezidenti n'akubira Jumba nange ne bankubira naye abantu ebi wabwere nga talina na namba yonna gy'asobola okukola ki okukuba kati bino byetwogerako bino byetulwanyisa era tukuba omulanga kyekino kyetugamba nti bano abaana bemulabye wano sirowooza nti mu birowoozo byabwe baali balowooza nti embeera bweteyinza obatuukako nga wakugambye nga beboogedde bulijjo babiraba ku TV balaba mawulire balina be bakute balina be bawambye nenze atali ndi waka ntudde ndi ku mulimu nkola sinakola kintu kyonna kikyamu ate naatuusibwako embeera bwetyo mu bumenyi bw'amateeka. So ebintu ebyo tuvumirira yensonga lwaki ne topics zaffe ze twayogeddeko kino ekyatujjayo ne tugamba tusalewo twekalakaase nga bannamateeka ku lw'embeera eno egenda mu maaso twagala kulaba enkyukakyuka ensonga lwaki twagamba tetusobola sirika kuba kino tekikosa ffeka nga balooya tekikosa Erias Lukwago eka tekikosa Kizza Besigye n'omuntu wa bulijjo bano abaana badde bannyonnyola wano embeera gye bayiseemu n'abalala betamanyi kuba bangi nnyo abali bagenda mu maaso eggwanga lyaffe gye liraga mu mbeera eyo ey'obumenyi bw'amateeka okutulugunya abantu n'ossaako n'okukwata balooyo n'omwami kakulu lumu yali agenze kulaba client we Babi Kyagulanyi ne bamukwatirayo naye ne bamukola twatandika munoonya yali akola mirimu gye n'embeera gye bamukwatamu bano bakuuma ddembe era wotunulira Uganda Police omugaso gwabwe omulimu gwe balina ne bano bakuuma ddembe bagamba bakuuma ddembe so babayita mu Luganda abamagye abapoliisi babayita bakuuma ddembe naye kati bye bakola bigenda mu maaso ddala kukuuma ddembe oba batabanguzi ba ddembe be bamenyi b'amateeka era twazano nga tugamba n'abalamuzi bennyini n'abaate bye bakola bimenya amateeka. So njagadde kujja n'obubagumya n'okubeeyanza okuvaayo okubeera bagumu to have the courage to come and tell your story. Abasinga batya era nga bagamba onooyogera tujja kukwata abasinga avaayo poliisi bamukute todogeza n'oyogera onooyogera ojja kukola ekinaakutuukako bali ne babeera n'ebiwundu batulugunyizibwa babatuusaako ebikolobero eby'enjawulo n'emu bye tutasobola kuwulira wano. So bino bye tulwanyisa kwe kuvumirira kwe tukola era tubayita tubakunga mwenna bannayuganda nti bwe tuba tusaze ne tugamba fe abagenda okuwa obukulembeze mu mbeera eyo okulwanirira eddembe lyaffe nga bannayuganda temusigale ne mutuula kuba ne webeere waka ewo nga weebase era bagenda kujja bakole ki bakukime bakunone oba bapoliisi oba si bapoliisi ku lw'ensonga nti enfuga gye tufugibwamu engeri ebintu gye bitambula mu ggwanga byennyamiza ate nga bijagenda mu maaso nga bikolebwa tutaveeyo ne teerwanako nga bannayuganda. So tweyanziza mwebale kujja era tujja kgenda mu maaso nga tubayamba tubasupportinga mpaka okulabika nti mufuna justice. Bw'olyawo kiyinza okuba ekyokulabirako eri abantu abalala balemereddwa okukola omulimu gwabwe okutuukiriza obuvunaanyizibwa bwabwe. Tujja kulwana nnyo okulabika nti at least abali eyo wabweru bategere nti ffe tugezaako okukola ekituufu ekirina okukolebwa. Tweyanziza mwebale kujja era mubeere bagumu. Byaba baddeko temusaanidde, you don't deserve to go through that, but that has happened. Ekisinga obukulu kwe kufuna solution and also okukola ku nsonga eziyiza ebintu bye bityo okuba ku muntu omulala ayinza okubagwa omuntu omulala kukwatako. Abu, you can please come and take over. Let's clap for them.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And thank you so much, the torture victims and advocate Anthony, for picking up this case and following it up to this extent. I didn't earlier mention that Advocate Anthony Jumba is a member of the Law Society. He works with Crawford and Sadler's advocates. He's a distinguished lawyer who has urged a number of important cases and is committed to justice and rule of law. Thank you so much. I think we've all been reflecting. We've benefited from at least the thesis, from the testimony of these individuals. And I think we've all appreciated the essence of the breakdown of the rule of law, that it eventually trickles down, it comes down to you. We are seeing the fish rotting. At first we thought that the head is still rotting, but you can see that even the private sectors have started, engaging in such atrocities. I thank the Uganda Law Society for availing this platform and for initiating the public naming and shaming of these private actors. Thank you so much. And I hope we carry on with this initiative so that we clean up the mess. At this very juncture, permit me to introduce some of the members of the Governing Council who are here and who are on the online platform. We have the Vice President, you have seen him, Mr. Anthony Asimwe. We have Mr. Isiko Arthur, the Treasurer. He stepped out, he was seated here. He has just stepped out. We have Mr. Babu Sali, he was around. He's the Acting Secretary. We have Mr. Ule Alexander, he's the Acting Central Region Representative. Yeah. That is Zanda Advocates Masaka. We have Mr. Egaru Emmanuel. He's our representative from the Northern Region. He had to travel all the way for this particular activity. We have Mr. Muhumuza Samuel, Western Region. We have Mr. Edina Nguru. I've not seen him physically, but he's online following together with the President, who is in exile. At this very juncture, we had an activity that we had put on hold. It's an interlude by Mary Hartz. They prepared an art regarding today's theme, and the Uganda Law Society permitted them space. I think you have seen their work on social media and other spaces in the public. They are for social justice, and I believe that you will like their art today. Thank you so much. Please, you have the floor.
lawyers, wait. So me, as your counsel who? Let's become counsel.
Counsel Baguma.
Counsel Baguma. That's a name you hear yourself.
Yes.
Counsel Baguma.
And you?
That one is Counsel Sema Academy. Counsel Mububuka.
Counsel Mububuka.
Counsel Baguma. Counsel Baguma. Counsel Mububuka.
It starts where?
From meetings.
From meetings. Yes.
So counsels be like, Counsel.
Yes.
You know what you're going to do?
What?
This is going astray. Yes. Victims are tortured. Now what are we going to do? Victims are tortured because they come into the judiciary, into the courts when they are tortured.
Yes.
Their backs, the way they walk. I don't know what should we do now.
The thing is simple. We need a peaceful demonstration.
Peaceful demonstration.
Yes. We call the cameraman. We call the cameras of men, whatever, and we talk about it. Yes.
It all starts from there.
Yes.
But when it gets into the cameras, there are some few councils.
Things change.
Things change.
Like how?
Now we are going into what?
Yes, the
cameras.
Yes.
So
we talk about it.
They are going into the cameras.
Yes.
This is they
every day.
Yes.
Now they reach there. After reaching there, council. Now you are going to be the main speaker.
Me?
Yes. For me, I'm going to go and introduce. Then I call you.
Okay.
Okay? Yes. We're assuming this is the camera now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Counsel Baguma. Yes. Okay, you are ready. We are going to talk about, they're going to introduce for you what has brought us here. But you know, we are in the pain, we are crying. But let me call my counsel to talk about it. Yes, counsel.
So, as lawyers, we have no problem. We are extremely very happy. What is going on? We okay?
So, talk about what you talked about. What are you doing now? Those are kind of people seeing you. What people watching now? We are not for yet. We planned it. You go and talk about it.
Okay. Fellow lawyers, wherever you are, it is okay. It is fine. Yeah. People are tortured. It is their mistake, not our mistake. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Others take this route, and others take the other route.
Yes.
It is not good. Let's come together as one.
Exactly.
If we are doing a peaceful demonstration, let's do it as what? As one. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving. As you know, these things we have moved, countries here and there. We have been to USA, we have been here in Uganda, we have been in different countries, Congo, we've been in France, we've been in Nigeria.
America.
Hey, we have seen courts of law there. And there are ways of, how they do their things. When you go to America, there are ways in America how judges do their thing. Hey, now we're in America.
Okay.
Hey, who is the judge?
You are the judge.
Hey. You are the victim.
Yes.
Hey. I don't know what they speak, but it's okay, I'll try.
You are a judge.
Hey.
I'm a victim.
So you don't have a lawyer. Get one lawyer.
And the lawyer who can help me come.
Just stand. Hey, clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. Bane baba gamba batya.
My client is here.
Right.
But you can see he has been tortured.
I know.
Yes, and we seek the court's help on this.
Wow.
Yes, arrest the sheriff.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, American judges, they start crying immediately when they see someone is tortured. Again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here.
My client has been tortured.
I see.
You can see he's bleeding.
I see.
His hands are broken.
Yeah.
His feet are crazy. You can see.
Yeah.
Your Honor, please, we need to do something.
Yeah, I got charged for it, so like a lot about yourself, like a lawyer. And it's okay. You can't go back home. It's okay. Everything is very solid. Let's just sort of worry about yourself. Like don't know what that's working about. It's not good to touch a sermon. Sorry, bro. We are sorry as the cause of law. We're very sorry. We apologize for it. Please, you can go back home. Nothing's working about it. So all all is done.
That is America.
That is America. We went to France.
France.
What do they speak in French?
Pardon? Pardon, monsieur?
Hmm.
My client? Torture? Pardon? Monsieur, sacre bleu, sacre bleu, sacre bleu.
Survase fase pasita arvasobafi, survavanze pasata iha baiya. Now, somewhere in Africa, in Africa.
What's your name?
Somewhere. You see this guy? Somewhere in Africa. Use English, please.
My lord.
Yes, please.
My lord.
Yes,
my
please.
client has been tortured. You can see.
I see.
We have a Human Rights Enforcement Act. You must do something, my lord. He needs compensation.
Where?
He needs treatment.
Where?
Can you see he's bleeding?
No, can he?
My lord, he cannot breathe.
That one must be tomato sauce. How can you speak for yourself?
I can't speak.
What are you using to speak now? You change like this, I see. Hey, they even cut off your bounds. Oh, okay. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, wait, let me pick. My girlfriend is calling. Sorry. Hello. Hey, baby, you're at Cafe Javaz. Okay. I'm coming in now. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, court adjourned. You go back to prison. I'll come back next week on 24th. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Pick something.
Thank you so much, Mary Hart's comedy. Thank you so much. And actually, currently, they are my favorites. I watch their skits on TikTok. There is one they did for the landlord, which was really so nice. Thank you so much for that interlude. And it has put in context quite a number of things. Without much ado, I would invite us to go into the next item on the agenda, which is about the upholding constitutionalism in the changing times. You know, constitutionalism, the way we appreciate it, it goes beyond the text and the book. Oh, before I go into that, because it is the item for the PFF, allow me, I had initially recognized the number of dignitaries from the PFF who are here. There is another one who has joined, Mr. Kaija Harold, who is the Deputy Secretary General, Political Affairs. Thank you for coming. Now, constitutionalism, I will not go much into the theory and what have you, but the way we appreciate it is that it goes beyond the text. Because it's I think, an old phrase that Uganda has the best, one of the countries with the best laws and all that, but again, enforcement and all that. So constitutionalism goes beyond the text of the Constitution. It is the spirit of the Constitution. It is the reason why we have the paper, the book called the Constitution. So our respect of the values, of the virtues, of the aspiration of the people is what informs the spirit of constitutionalism. Actually, it is the constitutionalism itself. And I'm informed, and at least I have seen the actors of the PFF at the national level struggling so much to ensure that we attain the purity of these values that embody what now forms the constitutionalism of the country, the rule of law, freedom and liberty of the people. So, ladies and gentlemen, the PFF team, they are here to talk to us, to speak to us about what they are currently going through, especially following the arrest or the abduction of the party leader and the subsequent remand. As we come here, he was denied bail, and he's still detained at Ruzira despite his deteriorating health. In the order of things, I have Honorable Salam Musumba and Honorable Lulu Mebaiga scheduled to speak to us. So at this very juncture, permit me to introduce to you the Honorable Salam, but briefly. Honorable Salam Musumba was born in Namwendwa village in Kamuli district. She attended St. Mary's College, Namagunga, for her secondary school, then Makerere University, from where she graduated with a Bachelor of Social Work and Social Administration. Honorable Salam also holds a Master of Art in Social Policy and Administration from the University of Nottingham. She joined the 7th Parliament in 1996 as Bugabula South MP. During this time, she chaired the Parliament's Committee on Presidential and Foreign Affairs. She was the Deputy Chairperson of WOPA, Uganda Women Parliamentarians Association, and coordinator of the Uganda Parliamentarians Association. In 2011, she won the by-election for Kamuli LC5. From 2012 to 2016, she served as the Kamuli District Chairperson. In another set of responsibilities, Honorable Salam Musumba served as the Prime Minister in the People's Government, led by the Dr. Kizza Besigye. Then she currently serves as in the People's Front for Freedom as the Speaker of the National Assembly. And we have seen her around, and she has really contributed to the growth of the rule of law, to the space she has been around. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Honorable Salam Musumba to speak to us. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. We are honored to be here on a platform provided to us by the Uganda Law Society. It's a platform that we cherish and honor, and I'd ask my colleagues to show our appreciation. Thank you very much. And thank you for the introduction. Many people think I am a man. And yes, I am. Because society has changed our agenda to the extent that we have to be reminded that we are women most of the time. It's an honor to be both in times of great challenge. My colleagues and I are truly happy that as you celebrate your 70th birthday, you remind us, the People's Front for Freedom, that you share this timeline with Dr. Kizza Besigye. And so we want to wish you a happy birthday, just like you joined us in wishing Dr. Besigye a happy birthday. Can we appreciate you for that? Uganda Law Society at 70, upholding constitutionalism in changing times. It's such a timely conversation, talking about constitutionalism, consolidating constitutionalism, the threats to constitutionalism and constitutional order. We want to appreciate you for holding fort, because it looks like in the entire body polity, you have remained holding fort, reminding us in all available spaces, weekly, like a sermon, to remind the country, to remind the people that the Constitution, the prime law, the principal law, is good for all of us. It's good for human security. it is good for certainty, it is good for business, and it's good for peace and for everybody to thrive. Now, in our times, we have celebrated the making of a constitution that was made by us, for us, in the year 1995. And it warranted an entire assembly to deal with just one thing, the constitution. And so, like all boo-boo things, buy Uganda, build Uganda, the entire country celebrated this as an achievement, as a milestone for our progress as a nation. Imperfect as it was, it is something we have held dear throughout the 31 years. Unfortunately, constitutionalism has not been equally propagated. In its place, from our standpoint, it has been subverted. The Constitution is being subverted. And there are numerous examples of this subversion. This Constitution also has been diluted. The various amendments that we have gone through talk to this. The Constitution has been emasculated. I was honored to be a member of Parliament in 1996, the 6th Parliament, which had the honor of implementing the newly established constitutional order. And the joy of being in that Parliament to exercise the full length, breadth, and depth of what we had made for ourselves made us the biggest threat to President Museveni. And in all his discussion, he has talked about the 6th Parliament. And that Parliament, the soul of it was to give Ugandans the full effect, the fullest interpretation of what constitutional order would provide to the country. Since then, many things have happened to the Constitution. I'm sure there will be an audit, there should be an audit of the first 30 years of the Constitution and the various amendments, and the best place, the best people to do it is Uganda Law Society. Constitutionalism, on the other hand, continues to face very many limitations because this constitution does not speak Lusoga, and so the Basogas cannot understand the depth, the content of what is provided in the constitution, and so they can't use it. I don't think the Karamajongs can. I don't think the Banyoro understand. The Bagandas is not in Luganda. The Luos likewise. And so the Constitution remains an alien document, very alien to the lay person out there. So they can't even use it to defend themselves. And so you can now see growing lawlessness and growing lack of trust in anything called the law. Now that the Law Society is up and running and responding to the many threats that the Constitution faces and the laws that emanate out of it, today we are talking about the attack on all the safeguards, the constitutional safeguards that we provided for ourselves. Coming out of the 1986 war, Ugandans said in the loudest voice that never again would we allow torture to be the mainstay of our society. And so we provided for it in the new constitution. And yet, unfortunately, torture, the ugly face of torture, is back. Personally, I am so psychologically tortured. Whenever I see a van, I'm expecting that I'm going to be picked. At exactly 10, I was here, and there was a pickup across there. So I rolled down, and there was a pickup down there. That ignites in my heart the emotional scars that we have lived with since independence. Our grandparents and our parents lived in the hope that in my generation, torture and lawlessness would be a thing of the past. We need to examine, therefore, what have we not fixed that keeps replaying and that keeps coming back and gets normalized in our body society, in our society, that there's a replay of it with exact precision as it was. Which is this other rule book that torture maintains and mates on its population? In our generation, the military and the security agencies have become the mother of all lawlessness in our country. The justice, law, and order sector, in which the police is a main actor, has no standards to work by. The military, that should be subordinate to civilian authority, has run amok. And yet, nobody's calling these two security agencies to order. The suffering we do with kidnaps across borders within the East African community turns us, the victims, into the people that must defend ourselves without a voice from those institutions that we have put in place constitutionally to defend us from the high-handedness of the state. And so PFF turns out to be the display, the public display, the display room of everything that has gone wrong with constitutionalism. To abduct a senior citizen from Nairobi, to abduct an advocate from his home, to display him for world view, and to have glee without anybody apart from the law society, without any word from the other institutions that hold society together. The religious body, the religious institutions, the Interreligious Council, for instance. Its silence is so loud. The cultural leaders, who are the custodians of our values as a society, are equally silent, and many others. So from our perspective, we join you, the Uganda Law Society, to continuously shine a light on the threats to constitutionalism and the constitution in this country. You have already mentioned the commissions of inquiry that we have had in the hope that we would put an end to the cycles of cruelty and torture, and that we would mend and heal our society from all the different bouts of cruelty that we have faced. We also see a change in the character of our society, from rule of law to rule by law. Rule by law, just like it happened in apartheid South Africa. You legitimize cruelty, you legitimize rulelessness, and you provide a law for it. Namara, the MP for Biyaga, yesterday demonstrated that he can brag about what they're about to do without any ethic and in global glare. Unfortunately, that's the guy that replaced Tinka Simire, a defender, at least of human dignity. So we are not short in this country of people hired to break the rule of law and to break constitutionalism. And this is what we want to propose to the Uganda Law Society. In the face of an African Union that is such a distant voice that we can rely on at continental level to safeguard human rights, we are calling on you to fill that gap. And the East African Community System, an idle entity, very idle entity, in the defense of human rights and constitutionalism. We invite you to fill in that space. With an impotent judiciary that is so well dressed, as an accomplice in human rights abuse, a shameless entity that it has become, we invite you to step up. We know that you will be the next judges, the next magistrates. It is our hope and prayer that you will be schooled in empathy and rule of law, human dignity, for the next generation to feel defended by your trade. The UN is too far from us. The Human Rights Commission has abandoned ship. They're bogus. Very bogus. They need to be called to order and be disbanded, because they are really a utility that is not serving its purpose. We also invite you to visit the prisons and investigate the lawlessness that is happening there. I worked with the Red Cross many years ago, and one of its activities was prison visits. It was also tracing missing people. We would like you to work in concert with them to understand in this changing world, the changing circumstances, what can you do together? We would also like to invite you to investigate plea bargaining, because it's getting weaponized. When you go to Chitalia, when you go to Luzira, you will find people that have been on remand for 10 years, for 7 years, are being forced into plea bargains, incriminate themselves to buy back their freedom. This is the biggest pain that society suffers in the name of big words, big concepts, whose consequences you have not clearly spoken to the victims in custody. We are also inviting you to look at the UPDF Act, the Military Act, and advise this country and advise the political actors and educate the community. The operations of the so-called professional army. Because in our history, what is happening today had been consigned to the ragtag armies that were not professional enough. If we have not healed the military, even constitutionally, we need another look at it. And as we are at it, can you inquire from the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, what kind of products they produce for global utility? Can you also inquire from the United States Army Command and General Staff College, Fort Leavenworth, what kind of products they produce and distribute to the world? So that we are comforted that we have the right people in the right places. We want to acknowledge that your work is not in vain. Your work at Uganda Law Society is helping to push back on the excesses and the impunity. And your global network has been very, very helpful in multiplying the voice on an otherwise thriving lawlessness in the country. As we endeavor to clean up society, we also want to commend to you new tools, new platforms, new contacts, new networks that you can use to nip in the growing torture industry. I would want to recommend to you a contact and some contacts, new contacts that you can generate. One of which is a former CIA whistleblower. A former CIA whistleblower, John Kariaku. and get inroads into building an entirely new network of human rights defenders. What you're doing is averting a catastrophe that is heavily looming on our heads. The anger is palpable in the country. The frustration is palpable. The emotional scars are growing back. And so we would like you to grow a pool of intellectual resources, legal resources, that you can put together to defend the rule of law, the Constitution, and constitutionalism. Maintain the archive of knowledge, legal knowledge, that generations will rely on to defend humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Could we maybe give another round of applause for Honorable? Indeed, that was a powerful thesis, and it makes me admire the Sixth Parliament even the more. It had the creme de la creme. At this juncture, without much ado, permit me introduce to you a trained medical doctor from Makerere University who graduated in 1997 with a Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery. He holds a Master of Policy Studies from the Southern African Regional Institute of Policy Studies of the University of Zimbabwe and the University of Fort Harris, South Africa. Honorable has been a key figure in Uganda's political arena. In 2007, he rose to the position of Secretary General of the Democratic Party and was thereafter elected as a Member of Parliament representing Wike South constituency in 2008. I think now you know the person I'm talking about. He was re-elected in 2011, and he was further appointed as the chairman of the Media and Publicity Committee of the Interparliamentarian Union Organizing Committee in 2012. The Honorable Baiga has held different positions, including the Shadow Minister of Health and member of the Committee of Health and the Committee of the National Economy. He's been the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum on Fisheries, Secretary of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum of Media, and Technical Advisor of the Parliamentary Forum on Non-Communicable Diseases. He's currently serving as the Deputy President of the Buganda region. Honorable Lulume Baiga Michael Philip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekanjeko. Where did you get all that? I don't know. First and foremost, I'm so grateful for this platform, and I'm thankful for the leadership of PFF for showing up, and the members of the Uganda Law Society. Thank you for holding forth, and also for inviting us to engage with you so you get our perspectives as we also learn from you. I didn't follow up so much about the Uganda Law Society until the radical new bar came. I was so worried that the land friends who are, they are privileged to have privileged information, just like we do in the medical profession. We call ourselves a noble profession. And you, lawyers, also are a noble profession. But because you engage with the human being and you get privileged information, you are like us. So we respect you, and I believe you respect us also in the noble profession of medicine. But I was getting afraid that we are losing it because the matters of the law and the judiciary was descending into the abyss until the Uganda Law Society decided to bring the radical new bar. I'm not a lawyer, but I felt there was some oxygen which was brought in to resuscitate the judiciary. And I am not disappointed. You people are performing. Uganda is looking up to you with your exiled president to ensure that the judiciary delivers. And who knew that I would be here at the Uganda Law Society? This is the first time we have this engagement. And I believe that with the radical new bar, we shall have more and more engagements. The Land Friends would be invited to the People's Front for Freedom, not only to advise us, not only to participate in political activities that we do, but also to build the Uganda that can work for all of us, including, but not limited to, political participation, so that you can be in position to take up our tickets because we share the values. You can become leaders of the positions of your choices because we have a lot to offer. We have a lot to offer in terms of political jobs because we have less candidates than we need. And we need lawyers amidst us, not only to advise us and also to participate in the political issues that we do, but also to be leaders in their own respect and to be leaders within this country. And the PFF would be delighted to fraternize with the ULS to carry out these political projects. We have many of you in our midst, and they have done us proud. One of such is Erias Lukwago, our president. I can see you have got a lot of legal mandate, including the protection of the public. And I am so delighted that this was displayed just early this morning, that members of the public are here and are testifying how the Uganda Law Society came to their rescue. Thank you very much for that. Protection of the lawyers, including our very one. We are so proud that Uganda Law Society came out very, very vehemently to condemn the acts, the EU acts orchestrated by the CDF against our president, Erias Lukwago. And this has escalated into the East African Law Society, Kenya Law Society. I have seen African Law Society coming on board because Uganda Law Society spoke. We are so grateful for that. The promotion of the rule of law and human rights is one of the mandates and in your dockets. And I can see Uganda Law Society is doing it. But today, we are supposed to look at the contemporary times and to discuss constitutionalism in the contemporary times. As a medical doctor, I have no mandate to discuss, to describe, or to define constitutionalism because the lawyers here can do it best. But I will use my definition as a citizen of Uganda so that you can know how colloquial definitions are developed. I think when we are talking about constitutionalism, we are talking about believing in a set of rules, set of laws, or in the supreme law. You believe in it and then you practice it, so that whatever undertaking you do is limited by the laws established within the Constitution. And it is one thing, therefore, to have a constitution that, like we have in Uganda, we have a constitution which was made in 1995, but it's another thing to believe in it and to practice it. Those in leadership, those in governance, led the process of making a constitution which they don't believe in. President Museveni, his son, the CDF, do not believe that there is a constitution of Uganda. They just believe in themselves. If at all they want you to believe that they believe in the constitution, they will simply have the courtesy of going to parliament and seeking that parliament changes according to what favors them. I don't know if at all there will be a new definition of constitutionalism, because somebody will tell you, yes, we amended the supreme law to allow us to do our will. Would that be constitutionalism, therefore? I do not think so. And the Uganda Law Society must lead us into this, to describe the number of times President Museveni and his government have changed the constitution simply to suit their will and to continue to propound what they want. They have changed it a number of times simply because they want their will to be done. That is if at all they have the courtesy to be believed that they believe that there are certain limitations that you must undertake in order to do governance in the ambit of the supreme law. But many times they will do it without even needing to change the constitution. Recently we were reading about how the CDF was firing people in the immigration generals. Something that is not within his mandate, something that is not constitutional, and something which the Uganda Law Society should help us. And sue this man who thinks that he's above the law, even when his father is around. I want to describe about 9 observations of the changing times within which we must define constitutionalism, and then we can see whether we have a way forward in upholding constitutionalism in our country. The first observation is that Uganda made the constitution in 1995 that has been changed severally to suit the president's will. The second observation is that we have a president who has ruled us for 40 years and pursues a life president project with family rule as a sub-project. Number 3, we have a son of a president who happens to be the chief of defense forces that behaves like he's above the law and operates a political party within his father's ruling party and undertakes executive orders and also conscripts government ministers, including the speakers of parliament within that political party, which is unconstitutional, and it is well known to his knowledge, which is unlawful and is well known, but he proceeds as if nothing has happened, and the country simply looks on. Number 4, we observe a population that is desirous of an administration that believes in constitutionalism and behaves so. That is the population that we have. The population believes that there should be a constitution and there should be administrators within this country who should believe and also be led by that constitution. Those are the aspirations of our people. Number 5, we have an unpopular regime that thrives and survives on the vote theft, political and the economic coercion, bribery, to limp on. Number 6, we have a global political environment that is concerned largely with economic interests and unwilling to intervene in what they call country-specific internal affairs. These are changed times. In the early 90s, in the 80s and early 90s, the global world would come, the global political world would come and intervene in any country where human rights are being trampled upon. Today, it is none of their business, it is economic interests. And the people will suffer under the yoke of dictatorships in their own countries when the world is looking on. It is a changed world. How can you uphold constitutionalism under those circumstances? And who are you going to cry to? Number 7, we have a militarized political system where all institutions are militarized, public and private alike. Everything is being held in captivity. Parliament, the executive, the judiciary, including private institutions. Talk about the churches, the cultural institutions, and so on. Militarized. You'll find a soldier somewhere who will be in position to intimidate you, either to provide security or to undertake an insecurity project on you. The bottom line is you must accept that there must be a giver of security or insecurity who reigns for 40 years and would like to continue with the life project. That is what we have. We have, number 8, a militarized judiciary whose conduct reflects the will of the president other than the law established and the constitution. These ones we cannot teach you. These are observations of lay people who didn't study the law, but see the law being trampled upon, including the constitution, which we would wish to uphold. And the vanguard of holding this constitution should be the Uganda Law Society, who we respect so much. Number 9 is the electoral system headed by a judge. Electoral system headed by a judge. A judge. A judge. Actually, we had wanted somebody with an equivalent, who is an equivalent of a judge. Then the junta gave us a real judge. A real judge. The results, this is the worst performing judge, the judge of the worst performance should go to the Guinness Books of Record, because he's a judge whose results can never be a reflection of the will of the people, but the will of the powerful in government. Unfortunately, he's unrepentant. Number 10, observation, is the loss of confidence and loss of interests in the constitutional order under the NRM regime, which has been here ruining constitutionalism and causing inertia and a sense of general resignedness. Resignedness. When we were studying physics, Newton's first law of motion, the body continues in its state of rest or active motion until it is acted upon by another body. The law of inertia. So you can either sit, occupy your potential energy until another body acts on you. Okay? That's Newton's law. The population is now inert. It is occupying potential energy. It is tired. It is resigned. Everybody is now looking to God to intervene. People have spoken, and the brain is saturated with all the speeches that everybody has ever made. We no longer want to listen. Kabakole bibagala katonda ya alikola ki kasita katonda abalabe emisana n'ekiro. That is a state of resignedness that is undesirable in any country. This state of resignedness is the state in which you will see active citizens who are not drunk, they are normal, visibly normal, but they watch somebody being victimized, clobbered even to death, and people continue with their business as if nothing is happening. That is resignedness. I think it is also a state of, it's a state of, but it is a state of confusion too. It doesn't matter how you look. You'll be dressed like Mr. Sekanjako, very smart. I think here you are the smartest. Please stand up for your recognition. Look at this gentleman. Border will encircle him, start beating him, calling him names, thief, and people will continue. If they will even contribute matchboxes, even paraffin, to burn him, only to realize later that they have committed crimes against even themselves. What is happening in Uganda? And these things can continue even to happen. By the way, they may pursue the people who victimize others the way they pursued this fellow, the rugby fellow who was killed. But we are quick to react, and we are quick in forgetting. This is the state in which we see ourselves. Who cares about what is going to happen to Anyum, who was convicted recently? It is over now. Who is going to make a follow-up about that one? Who is going to make a follow-up about this, the rugby player who was killed recently? Yes, I hear they are arresting certain people. I hear they are going to prosecute them. Who is going to make a follow-up about the justice of a man who was killed innocently? This is the state Uganda lives in. Who, if at all that happens, and it can happen to anybody, who cares about these politicians that are being molested in this country, left, right, and center? Where the country defines politicians are people who are seeking their own ends. Bebamu, they are all the same. The people condemn even the voices that advocate for their rights. This is the state in which we are. That is the state that had visited the Uganda Law Society before the Radical New Bar came. And this is the state we must turn around with immediate effect. Inertia is what is bedeviling us, and we must turn it around. You realized it in your own society, and you changed it. We are realizing it in the polity of Uganda. We must change it. Even the Catholic Church realized that we are going into inertia. I happen to be a Catholic. They brought the Catholic charismatic. The Muslim community, the radical, what are they called? The Tabligh. When Muslims were becoming sleepy, they were visiting us in bars. Then there was a radical new Salaf. They came on to and then restamped the authority of Islam. So whenever we have slacking of normalcy, there is usually an emergency of a new system that can put order back to normal. And we need to put our country back to normal. It was about banging table in the Uganda Law Society. Today it should be about overturning the tables and say the party is over. Let us go back to the line and pick new eats and come back to the table. It is that now. If there are no people who are going to speak to this, some people must rise up. It doesn't matter how many you're going to be. Some people must rise up. At least I have risen up Salam Musumba has risen up, Doreen has risen up, Kennedy has risen up. We are inviting you to rise up. This is not only legal but also political. Don't hide your heads in things legal alone. These are political undertakings of a life project at the helm of Uganda, a life project which is bringing the son and even the grandson to come. People are talking about Bachwezi all the time. We are looking at people talking about Bachwezi. Those people who are talking about Bachwezi don't respect the Constitution. Don't talk about the Constitution in these four-walled rooms and think this is going to redeem our country. We must stand up and speak out if at all we are going to uphold the Constitution of Uganda and constitutionalism. Is there anything left? No, there is nothing that is left about constitutionalism. Those who are at the helm of the leadership of this country do not like constitutionalism. Their sons don't like constitutionalism. Even their grandsons who want to become leaders of this country will not respect constitutionalism. It is us who desire to be led under the Constitution, to be limited by the Constitution, to have the rule of law in our immediate when we are conducting business. It is us who own this country, and it is us who have been led for the last 40 years. It is us who must conduct business. It can't be business as usual. It can't be within the legal confines of the courts of law. It is going to involve the public. All of us must be engaged, the legal profession, the profession of the media, to ensure that we turn around what has gone wrong and we say so. I see no other option. For those of you who want to become politicians, we are inviting you. I was never a politician, I am a surgeon. And I have Kampala International Medical Center where I go. I deliver women. I have delivered thousands of women. Whoever is pregnant, I am your midwife. I was never a politician, but I said, for nobody is born a politician. When things go wrong, everybody is going to be blamed. And I am asking you, and I am imploring to you that everybody must stand up. Second, Yakoyisia is a very good lawyer, but you see the Lord Mayor where he is. He's a good lawyer too. He could earn from his legal firms and so on. You can think that you are going to practice law. Under these circumstances, what kind of law are you practicing? We know very well that a judge can ask for money, and I give him money, and I make my own judgment, and he reads it. Is that the law that you studied? Is that the justice that you want? But these are the things which are persisting. You will not be proud to have a profession in which those things are happening. How can you be proud of a profession whereby a judge is going to get a telephone call from powers from above? Who is going to speak to you, for you? Yes, you may benefit from it, dear lawyer, because the kind of a situation in which we are, you can even benefit out of it. After all, your arguments no longer matter. But you went to study the law so that you can make arguments and make your client win. But you win simply because you have paid the judge. What kind of system can that be? If at all we sacrifice these values whereby people can sell justice, then what are we left with? Those who are benefiting out of it, yes, will cry out. They will not be happy with you. But those who are radical, who think that things must return to normal, you have very many supporters in Uganda, and we shall be with you in everything that you do to make Uganda a better country. For all of us. It happens. Constitutionalism is not going to take root unless we speak out. It's done. They don't like it. They are defined as the Constitution. They are the principles. And they want it so. And as long as it's necessary for them. Upholding constitutionalism under this kind of environment is impossible. It would have been possible if at all a man grows to 82 years, maybe 90, I don't care. And then one time he says, you people, I have been a dictator for all this time. You have been electing me, elective dictatorship, it's okay. Now that I am going, you do your will. But there is a standby generator. The standby generator is worse. Is even worse. So what are we going to do? We must act in time, because a stitch in time saves 9. A stitch in time saves 9. This wake-up call, in which the Radical New Bar invites members in the political fraternity to put our act together, must be strengthened. It must be strengthened, and the campaign must be ignited, and we must work very rapidly as if we have never worked before. We shall visit the courts, but we also want you to visit the fields. If it means demonstration because people can't listen, let us demonstrate together. If at all there is a, what did you call it? Order, marching orders. Let the marching orders affect also the medical profession. I'm one of them. And we shall march together. If at all, that is how they will listen. In Uganda, we have a word, nampulira zibi. Somebody who has ears but pretends not to be hearing what you are saying. The nampulira zibis, the way they listen is through actions. That is why Ugandans have opted to march to the streets always, to shout out in order to be heard. Those of you who want to uphold constitutionalism, you're not going to uphold it by merely going for legal activism in the court of law. You'll find these fellows, cadre judges, they'll frustrate you until you get out of the legal profession. Let us shout at them. Let us shout at them. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
That was powerful, and it indeed deserves a very thunderous applause. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that thesis. It has really ignited a number of comments. We have an online presence from YouTube and X, formerly Twitter, and at least from the whispers I have in the room and from the convener of this very occasion, members feel that the speeches, the 2 speeches, and of course the testimonies that we had from the victims, we deserve a quick feedback from the audience here and online. And online they already commenting on X and via Zoom. They're appreciating the Uganda Law Society. Of course, calling on more lawyers on board, of course, as we take on this struggle, and various comments that no one is safe anymore. Human rights violations will continue if we remain silent in the face of it. Then I see a comment to the Uganda Law Society appreciating them for not remaining silent in the face of injustices. And of course, appreciating the Kenyans. For them, they are already taking on the streets. And of course, Kenya and the police is supporting them and just giving them space to do their action. So, and of course, appreciating Honorable Salam Musumba, appreciating all the other speakers who have utilized today's space to add on the conversation. So in the room here, do we have any quick comment, any quick reaction before we dive into the next topic? I'll start with Honorable Nyanjula, then I'll move on to the next person. So we shall keep our comments short. Questions?
Thank you so much, Council. I recognize the President of the Radical New Bar, the Vice President, and the entire Council. I didn't intend to talk, but when one of the victims of torture almost broke down when appreciating the Radical New Bar and the President Uganda Law Society, I felt it would be unfair if I come here and I don't appreciate Council Isaac Semakade. And I understood why she had to break down. Personally, I met Isaac Semakade in 2012. We had started an organization called National Association of the Unemployed. It was largely composed of unemployed graduates. We did not have legal costs. We did not have money to pay for legal fees. And sometimes we did not even have means of going to court. If you remember the Semakade of then, he would pull money out of his pocket and give us transport so that we go to court and he defends us. So I wasn't surprised by that. I also saw Mayanja, I don't know why he has gone. He was equally representing them as the jobless brotherhood. And indeed, the Radical New Bar, headed by Isaac Semakade, has remained a partner. I remember when we were stuck and Council Martha Karua was denied a PC, we called Council Isaac Semakade and he said, leave that to the Radical New Bar. And indeed, we all know that Council Martha Karua, until recently, she has been coming to Uganda and representing our leader, Dr. Kano Kiza Besige. When they released our comrades, the Kisumu 36, we again invited him as the keynote speaker. And he was sick. He was on a drip. He said, Nyanjura, I'm not sure if I'll make it if I come and be there for 2 hours, but I will do my level best. He indeed came and delivered a keynote speech during that event. When injustice Baguma was taking a toll on us, we did not know where to go, but the Radical New Bar was here to be a cry shoulder to lean on, and they sent the Secretary General to receive our petition. So my colleagues from PFF, I want us to join our hands to thank the legal rebel, to thank the anti-clockwise thinker, to thank the non-conformist, the legal rebel, Isaac Semakade. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much, the Radical New Bar. Thank you so much for resisting lawlessness. Thank you so much for resisting abuse of our rights. Thank you so much for resisting injustice. Thank you so much for refusing to remain silent when our Constitution is being abused. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we promise to be part of you tomorrow. At least we shall be following and supporting as you march against and as you celebrate the Anti-Torture Day. Like you said, there is no need for you to party. You're going to demonstrate tomorrow because the rule of law has been abused, because you no longer have the rule of law in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nyanjula, for the vote of thanks. Shamil, you had a comment? Yes. Do you have a microphone?
This is my space. Yes, hello everyone, it's me again, the citizen. Every Thursday, I will be here, to whom you account and to whom you are answerable to, and I'm always here to hold you to account. Yes, I see a full house, nice room today. We have some guests today. Honorable Salam is good. 10 years, I think, since we last met, or more. Doreen, it's been a while, eh? I can see you now have scars, eh? you attempted, you didn't listen to me, you wait for MPs, you now also have our scars. Doctor, it's first time we're meeting. Yeah, Zensabula, Kaija is there, a long time, I think Ojobile here only who has more scars than me. Jumba, it's been a while, Yeah, we're on torture today. Now these ones here, by the way, before I continue, Governing Council ULS, I'll tell it to you again. The good thing, where's Zada? I've seen him around, our northern representative. We do not tolerate mediation or negotiating with corrupt judges, especially those who take bribes at Golden Tulip. I'll keep on telling it to you again until it sinks in. A judge takes a bribe, makes a decision. The Court of Appeal has told us what happened at Golden Tulip. We do not negotiate with corrupt judges. Let them get their house in order. They are in judicial service. I'm glad Dr. Singh has said it. People would say, no, Obawairiza, your own chairperson, Judicial Service Commission, has said it. There's corruption there. And then you people, where's the lady? Where's your colleague? This one of your firm. Hey, I told you people last week, why are you wasting your time with the judiciary that you were asking for bail? I told it to you people, you still insisted. Let me say this, radical, if I am ever arrested again, are you getting it? Do not file for me habeas corpus. Do not file for me human rights enforcement, simanya unconditional release. I'd rather remain in that basement for a year. They torture me, they beat me, they kill me, than wasting my time at City Square. Idi Amin was right when he killed, what was the name of that Chief Justice? Bench Wanuka. He was a corrupt judge. That's why they killed him. You may not like it, but that is the reality. Because Idi Amin saw it. You are wasting time with the judiciary. A Court of Appeal justice asked him the other day, you man, as you no longer file cases at the Court of Appeal, we look forward to see your constitutional petitions. They're exciting. They're what? You know? I told him, and for what? I filed here right to recall members of parliament. Go and read the judgment and see what they said. And you expect me to go back there? Doctor was right. Finally, I'm glad you've all come to the realization. My problem with you, my good friend, you, Dr. Kaija, Ojobira, are you part of them? Have you crossed over from FDC to PFF? Are you part of them? You've crossed over. My problem with you people, though you're my friends, you are turncoats. And me, I have zero tolerance for turncoats. Reason being, you failed to clean your house in FDC. So you ran away, you went to PF. Me, I have no political party. Jumba knows this. I don't have, because all political parties, as Doctor said, they are all the same. Now you come here, you expect us to believe that you're now part of the ones fighting human rights enforcement. Yet you couldn't clean up your own house in FDC. FDC at one point had, I think, 6 to 8 MPs. Now you guys all disintegrated. The guys we had hope in, you all disintegrated into PFF, NOOP, wherever, whatever, all that. Why? Because of your conflicting egos in the opposition. So what makes you sit here to convince us that the standby generator is worse than you people? Because you are all the same to me. The ones who, you're only here because it turned around and nebakusabula. It's now your time. You now have scars. But when you didn't have scars, you didn't look at that. Now that you have scars, so why should we believe in you people? PFF, you invited us to get tickets. Thank you. For me, I'm declining it right now because once bitten, twice shy. We've been down this. I almost joined Ant. And then I saw the rubbish which was starting to happen there. He said, now, honestly speaking, the people who are supposed to give me hope, you have joined the bandwagon. Mr. President, Senior Counsel, people have asked me, when me I was being enjoyed properly by those people, Semakade is the one person who stood with me. People told me, you do that. Why don't you betray Semakade? Why don't you? I said, now, for me, if it wasn't for a sensible judge, one of the few, Justice Mubiru, you go on Yuri. My case is the only one which has what? acquitted at no case to answer because of a sensible judge. If it was not for that, today the former president of Uganda Law Society is a judge. I filed a human rights enforcement matter. He says the High Court has no jurisdiction on human rights enforcement matters. The former president of this place. You expect us to continue believing. That is why we are, as you said, we have resigned ourselves to what? Because even the ones we expect to get justice from, the turncoats, yeah, you're my friends, but your turncoats are the same people who, when injustice is there, you keep quiet. My colleagues from Spyro, welcome to the Torture Club. Was she part of you? Mr. Moderator, I pray you will give her some time to also give her story. But the best you're going to get from justice is speaking here today. Jumba, you're wasting your time at the Human Rights Enforcement Commission. That letter which Mareba Bilizi told, you remember, I am the one who served it. In 2013, when we were still at Legal Aid, Nyanjura used to come there. What happened? We got a decision from the Human Rights Commission 13 years later. What did they say? Dismissing the human rights. Now you people who are being tortured, are you going to, today, this is, what's the date today? 25th of which month? June which year? If you're still alive in 2036, and you get a decision from that Human Rights Commission 10 years from now, mark in your calendars, this day, June 2036. If that Human Rights Commission has given you any justice, you come, I will give you money. Because the Human Rights Commission is where human rights go to die. The Ugandan judiciary, it didn't start with NRM, it started with Idi Amin, is where justice goes to die. That is why Idi Amin used decrees. Because he knew those people, you're wasting your time. Doctor, we had your interns here some 3 weeks ago. You are part of the struggle. You're not going anywhere. Me, I told them then, interns, leave people to die. The right number of people to die because interns are not is 10,000. That's when they'll wake up. I've told you, Israel has to kill 100,000. They're now at 72,000. So you need to reach 100,000 dead Palestinians. That's when you will what? They will wake up. So please, for you politicians, for you to reach where you want to go, they said they're going to wipe out what? Opposition. So we have to reach a point where opposition does not exist. When you're no longer existing, as you've seen in South Africa, you've chased away the white people, Obasabu de Bagenzi. They are looking, they are saying, xenophobia, you Africans from other countries. Once they are done with those, you know what's going to happen next? You're from KwaZulu Natal. You're from, are you getting it? That's what has to happen. So opposition, let them wipe you out properly. Are you getting it? That is when we shall go there. But do not come here and pretend to be our saviors. Yet at one point in time, you are the same people enjoying. I can forgive Doreen, because Fashion now has scars. She didn't enter there. But Honorable, you, I can't forgive you. This mess was caused by your lot. Maybe not you specifically. Doctor, I can't forgive you because you should have saved. Kaija, I blame you the most, Kaija. Because the time when you people, instead of becoming turncoats, you are supposed to have fought with Amuriat and removed him, you chose the easiest option of running away. So you're not battle-hardened. Yes, you're not battle-hardened. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm here to put the disclaimer.
We didn't come here as your saviors. We came to commiserate together and act together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as the Uganda Law Society, we are a free space. We allow space to individuals to come and express their mind. So any other question? Yes, my brother? But keep it short, keep it short.
Thank you very much. My name is Kiza Oscar. I come from Moro district. I want first to thanking our president, Legal Rebel number 1. Me, I'm a foot soldier. I am based in Gulu. That is where I do my things. On politics, I want to call Shamil. One, it is very easy to talk when you are not in the arena. I have participated in a by-election. I understand precisely what happened. A repeat was done in Kalangala, as I am informed. I have participated in a general election. Kiza Besigye has said, we as the allies, we are very big disappointment. The academic papers we hang in our houses do not change into anything. A call to action, as Dr. Baiga said, is something we love to do. It is very easy for me to sit at home. I am son of a peasant. Possibly the first degree at home. Should be very risky for me to enter into political arena. But there is no one. I am not going to sit. Now, if you have a very big tree and you want to fall it down, this is what I told General Muntu in 2022 when they came to help me with by-election. You start digging from far away because the root is deep. You don't start near it. So if you are waiting for the tree to fall by itself, please continue. Those of us who are doing the small action, we will continue digging from far away. We will cut those small roots. You never know, the tree may wither. Otherwise, change starts with you, starts with me. If we want to see a better Uganda, direction lies with no one else. If we all think we are too angel to do the dirty work, then the suffering will continue with us. Thank you.
Honorable Baiga and Honorable Salam. There are some journalists who have requested the Luganda version, a brief version of your speeches as we prepare for the next item on the agenda. So if we can quickly fix it in, we have some journalists from different media houses. We can start with Honorable Salam. If you can do that in about 5 minutes. Yeah, the Luganda version of your speech, as Honorable Baiga prepares.
Twebaza Uganda Law Society eweza emyaka 7 egy'obuto omwaka guno. Tubebaza okutukiriza netukozesa ekitiibwa kyammwe n'eddoboozi lyammwe n'ekifo kyammwe okwongera kunsa ey'obukulembeze bwe twettanira nga bannayuganda era nga ffe banna PFF bwe tweyagaliza ate ne tweyagaliza n'eggwanga. Omulamwa gwa leero guli mu kukuuma enkola y'amateeka ne ssemateeka mu biseera ebizibu. Ffenna abali mu byobufuzi by'eggwanga tulaba nti tuddayo nate mu mbeera etambulira ku mateeka, wadde nga ssemateeka ono aliwo ffe twamwekolera mwaka ogwa 1995 era twalonda assembly namba okwetuusaako ssemateeka akoleddwa bannayuganda ng'ate akolera bannayuganda. Ssemateeka ono wa myaka kati 31 twandibadde tumwenyumirizaamu nga tumutegeera, naye tayogera Lusoga, tayogera Luganda, tayogera Luluwo, ssemateeka ayogera Luzungu lwokka. Ekyo ne kiba nga kitukoze bubi mu myaka 31 gye tuyiseemu okubanga ssemateeka tannyikidde mu bikolwa byaffe, mu nnono zaffe, mu ntegeka zaffe ne mu ndaba ey'ensi. Omulamwa gwe twandibadde twogerako olunaku lwaleero gwandibadde ebisoomooza ssemateeka mu kiseera kino, lwakubanga ssemateeka azze ajjululwa era nga tusaba Uganda Law Society mukozese obukugu bwammwe okukuuma diary eya ssemateeka nga bwegenze ekyusibwamu era nga bwegenze ejjululwa n'ebeera diluted. Olwaleero nga twogera ku bisoomooza ssemateeka n'entulugunya y'Abannayuganda, tujjukira olugendo lwe tutambudde kasokedde tufuna obwetwaze oba self rule, abamu gye bayita independence, nga tulina ekizibu ng'eggwanga okubanga tuddiŋŋanamu ebikolobera ebya gavumenti zonna ezize zibeerawo, naye ng'eno ey'amakumi 40 etukoze bubi lwakubanga twalina essuubi nti ku luno ku mulembe gwaffe tujja kukola ssemateeka awangaala era atereeza eggwanga. Kyetuva tusaba Uganda Law Society etuyambe ku bino, kubanga United Nations system eyandibadde ekuuma human rights standards etuli wala, ebeera eyo New York, oluusi n'ekyalako e Geneva, oluusi n'ebeera ne regional offices, naye tuli wala. Kakati mu kutambuza standards ezo human rights standards, tusaba Uganda Law Society ebe etterekero n'ekijjukizo ekyebyo mu bantu bonna. Era ne tusaba Uganda Law Society nti African Union nayo is a distant voice, eri wala, eri mu Addis Ababa, oluusi ebigendererwa byayo tebituuka waffe wano e Uganda, nayo bakole omulimu ogwo ogw'okunnyikiza human rights and human security. Eno nno yo African Union ennimi zeeyogera tezinnatuuka wano. Wano kumpi nga East African Community, Arusha, nayo efuuse ssekibotte, tekyalina makulu, kuba ne mu buntu obutono balemereddwa. Ensonga ya Senior Counsel Martha Karua kyekyandibadde ekyokulabirako nti East African Community weeri era tugirinamu essuubi, naye as an idle entity ssekibotte atudde awo, kitalo nnyo nti tetulina gye tugijjeemu. So teyinza kuba nga tusobola ogikozesa okuyimirizaawo eddembe ly'abantu mu East Africa. Yo judiciary yafa dda, kyali mu kant, omusoga kayeta katotera, just a small pulse, nayo ng'ekoze kinene nnyo okulemesa okunnyikiza enkola y'amateeka mu ggwanga. Nze ndowooza nti oba emmotoka ze babawadde n'ebyambalo biwiigiwiigi ebyo oba ebikoze ekive mu ggwanga lino, kubanga bulijjo bwe tuba tunuulira tubasuubiramu amagezi, naye ebikolwa byabwe tebiri mu magezi. 70% of the time they are let down. Akuba tetubasanga nnyo ku mikolo ne gye tubeera babeerako ababakuuma, naye nga twagala obbategeeza nga tuyimiridde wano nti batukoze bubi ng'eggwanga, batukoze bubi nga bannaabwe be tubeera nabo ku ttaka lino. Tusaba Uganda Law Society esitukire mu bunnambiro okukomya omuze kati ogukyusisa enkola y'amateeka. No longer a rule of law, naye nga rule by law. Enkola eyakozesebwa ennyo mu South Africa under apartheid. Era ng'eno enkola ogirabira ku Mwami Namara gwe bagamba nti MP w'e Buyaga eyadda mu bigere ebya Honorable Tinkasiimire. Kati akola ebyobuswavu nti yagenda okuba Ponsiyo Piraato ow'omulembe guno, agenda okuba nga mutemu nnyo ng'akozesa amateeka, ne banne baatambula nabo mu PLU. Era tusabye Uganda Law Society etunule mu luzungu kye bayita plea bargain ng'omukutu ogw'okwanguya enkola y'obuweereza bw'amateeka. Mu kiseera kino eri mu kukozesebwa bubi, era nga bw'okyala ekitalya n'okyala eruzira n'amakomera amalala, era osangamu balamuzi be bamu mu biwiiki nga be batambuza be batembeeya plea bargaining as a weapon against innocent people. Tusabye era tusaba Uganda Law Society ebuuze Royal Military Academy Sandhurst oba be batendeka ab'amagye ab'oku ntikko nga bwe tulaba wano mu Uganda mu kifo kya Chief of Defence Forces. Era ne tusaba mutunule ne kusomera eddala erya United States Army Command and General Staff College, Fort Leavenworth, oba ddala be baatendeka omukulu akulira amagye ga Uganda, oba bebe ebibala bye batendekera ensi yonna. Kuba tubadde tusuubira nti professional army enneeyisa yaayo tefaanana nga ragtag armies ezibaddewo. Twekubira nduulu lwakubanga obuweereza bw'amagye ssemateeka ebulambika nti balina kukolera wansi wa civilian authority, naye si bwe guli nga bwe tulaba, ate nga kyongera okutiisa enkola ya ssemateeka nga ffenna bwe twakkiriziganya. Tusuubira nti nga Uganda Law Society nga gwe mukutu gwokka ogukyayimiriddewo under the radical new bar, temujja kuba basaale mu kulwanyisa enkola embi. Tetutuusa mu nkola ya Somalia of warlords, tetutuusa mu nkola ya Sudan eyeekubye negwa wansi, oba mu nkola ez'amawanga amalala agaweddewo olw'enkola etatambulira ku ssemateeka. Tweyanziza nnyo.
Mbawe amawulire mu Lusaamya. Mwebale nnyo ndoza kanjogere mu bimpimpi. Okusooka twayagadde okwogera ku ngeri ki gye tusobola okuwanirira constitution era n'okutambulira mu constitution nga bannayuganda, ng'era ogwo gwe mutima obukulembeze ne gavumenti gwe yandibadde yeekwasa okufuga abantu obulungi, nga tubafugira mu tteeka, nga tubafugira mu constitution. Naye waliwo ebintu nga 10 ebirambikiddwa mu mboozi eno bye tusobola okufumiitirizaako nga bannayuganda, ebigenda okulemesa ensi yaffe okufugibwa mu mateeka ne mu constitution. Kubanga tutunuulira constitution ya Uganda nti weeri yakolebwa mu 1995, eky'omukisa omubi ezze ekyusibwa si lwa kwagala kw'abantu naye lwa kwagala kwa mukulembeze wa ggwanga General Yoweri Museveni, okwagala kwe nga kwasinziira n'aleeta enkyukakyuka mu constitution. Ekyokubiri, tutunuulira constitution ya Uganda oba tusobola okugibeeramu ne tugitambuliramu mu gavumenti, naye nga bwe tutunuulira omukulembeze w'eggwanga ayagala okufuga okutuuka okufa. So bw'abanga ayagala okufuga okutuuka okufa, ne mutabani we gw'ayagala okuteekawo y'ate nga tabikkiririzaamu ddala. Yeyo embeera mwe tutambulira ey'okubiri. Embeera ey'okusatu, tutunuulira mutabani w'omukulembeze w'eggwanga ate nga muduumizi w'amagye atakkiririza mu mateeka wadde constitution era nga mweteefuteefu okukola ebiri ebweru wa constitution n'obutayagala kuvunaanibwa nga kitaawe bw'ojja nti ye president w'eggwanga ali mu ntebe mu kiseera kino. Tutunuulira mutabani w'omukulembeze w'eggwanga alina n'ekibiina ky'ebyobufuzi ekiri mu kibiina ky'ebyobufuzi ekiri mu gavumenti eky'NRM, ng'asobola bulungi nnyo n'okupaatiikamu sipiika wa paaliyamenti ne baminisita, kwegamba n'akola gavumenti eyiye wakati mu gavumenti eriwo. Naye nga constitution etunula ne bannayuganda nga batunula. Tuli mu Uganda gye twagala ebeere wansi wa constitution, nga n'abantu abasinga obungi baagala obukulembeze obussa ekitiibwa mu constitution, naye nga tebalina maanyi. Tuli mu Uganda erimu omulembe ogufuŋŋamye era ne gutufutubbala ku bannayuganda okumala emyaka gino gyonna, wakati mu kubba obululu, mu kunyigiriza abantu mu byenfuna ne mu byobufuzi, n'okubasiba nga kwokitadde, era wakati w'okuwa abantu enguzi okusobola okuwanirira omulembe guno. Naye ate era tuli mu Uganda gye twandiyagadde okuwanirira constitution wakati w'ensi zonna ezaali zaagala ensi yonna ebeere ng'efugibwa mu mateeka ne mu constitution ne mu demokrasiya ow'ekimmemmette, naye nga amawanga g'ebweru tegakyafaayo ku butya abantu bwe bafugibwa, nga kye baagala kyokka kwe kubeera nti ensonga zaabwe ez'ebyenfuna kavuna zibeera nga zisobola okufunibwa, eggwanga ne bwe linyigiriza abantu bo beeteefuteefu okugenda mu maaso. Ebintu byakyuka nnyo. Tuli mu Uganda gye twagala okuwanirira mu constitution wakati w'omulembe guno oguliwo nga gwawamba dda ebitongole byonna ebya gavumenti nga bakozesa magye n'okuddira amagye okutiitiibizibwa n'okugateeka mu buli sekita eya gavumenti, kye tuyita militarization. Era tuli mu mulembe guno ng'ekitongole eky'ebyokulonda ekyandibadde kisobola okuwa omukisa omuntu yenna eyeesimbyewo obuwanguzi, ng'ekitongole ekyo obuvunaanyizibwa bwakyo kussa mu nkola gavumenti eri mu buyinza n'okuwa obuwanguzi abo ababa balondobeddwa okuwa obuwanguzi, n'olwekyo osobola okuwangula n'otalangirirwa. Naye ng'ekitongole weekiri eky'omukisa omubi ennyo nga tuli wano mu kasolya ka Uganda Law Society, ng'oyo muganda wammwe mulamuzi wa High Court. N'olwekyo empagi ezifuga okufugibwa wansi wa constitution, omuli okussa ekitiibwa mu constitution ya Uganda, okussa ekitiibwa mu nfuga ey'amateeka, okussa ekitiibwa ebitongole okweyawula naye ne bibeera nga bidduukanya gavumenti emu, kye tuyita principle of separation of power, era okussa ekitiibwa mu ddembe ery'obuntu ery'obwebange. Ebyo byonna bikotoggerwa wakati w'embeera gye njogeddeko waggulu era wansi w'obukulembeze bwa President Museveni. Akkiriza nti waliwo constitution naye nga takkiririza mu constitution na kufugira abantu mu constitution, nga kyakkiririzaamu kwe kufuga abantu okusinziira ku birowoozo bye n'emmeeme ye ne byayagala byokka. Ate ekisinga okubeera eky'obulabe nga ne mutabani we gwayita standby generator ye ate tabikkiririzaamu wadde n'akettondo. Kale nno mu mbeera eyo twaniriza aba Uganda Law Society, mukoze omulimu gw'amaanyi naddala bwe mwasaawo omulembe ogwa Radical New Bar ogukulemberwa pulezidenti wammwe Isaac Ssemakadde eyawaŋŋangusibwa. Newankubadde ng'ali mu buwaŋŋanguse era nga ffe tetuli mu Uganda Law Society tumwenyumirizaamu, kubanga okubeerawo kwammwe ne gavumenti ye kwawa abantu ba Uganda essuubi nti ekitongole ekiramuzi ekibunye obukokoliko ku mubiri gwakyo gwonna, ekibunye ebikolobero era ekyesittaza n'okwenyinyaaza nga tukyenyinyala, twafuna essuubi mu Radical New Bar ekulemberwa Ssemakadde ne gavumenti ye nti ebintu bisobola okudda mu nteeko. Olwaleero musobola okwogera ku balamuzi ab'empisa embi. Olwaleero Uganda Law Society esobola okukuba ku nsoloboto omulamuzi awaayo judgment engule. Olwaleero musobola okukuba ku nsoloboto abalamuzi bakkaada aba gavumenti eriko ne mubaatula. Olwaleero Uganda Law Society esobola okublacklistinga omuntu gwerabye ng'empisa ze mu legal profession ayonoona bwonoonyi ngeri Uganda gyeteekwa okufugibwa. Ekyo tekyaliwo okutuuka Radical New Bar lwe yajja, tubeenyumiririzaamu. N'olwekyo mu ngeri y'emu tubalinamu essuubi nti tusobola okukolera awamu ne tusobola okutwala mu kkooti abantu abalowooza nti bo tebasobola kgenda mu kkooti. Mwalabe wano jjo munnammwe Erias Lukwago, pulezidenti waffe, okuwaayo obuwi summons oba ebiwandiiko eri CDF bamukwatidde waka. Naye Uganda Law Society tulina essuubi nti musobola bulungi nnyo okutwala CDF mu kkooti ne mukuba ne ttooki wa gye yasomera ne mumutwala mu kkooti olw'okuteekawo ekibiina ky'ebyobufuzi, ate nga CDF akugirwa constitution okuteekawo ekibiina ky'ebyobufuzi. Musobola bulungi nnyo okumukugira nga mugenze mu kkooti, kye tuyita legal activism, ne musobola okumutangira okukola emirimu egy'ebyobufuzi nga luno lwe yagoba ba generals abali mu immigration, omulimu gwe yali tateekwa kukola nga CDF. N'olwekyo ffe tuli beetegefu okubeera emabega wammwe nga mututte radical stand ku bantu nga bano abaagala okuyuzaayuza constitution era abeeteefuteefu okulemesa Uganda okugenda mu maaso nga boonoona buli kantu konna akali kategekeddwa bakitaffe mu byobufuzi okusobola okufugira Uganda wansi wa constitution ate era mu mateeka. abantu abo webali ekitongole nga kino kirina obusobozi bungi okusinziira ku mandate gye mulina, muliwo lwateeka era musobola bulungi nnyo okubakuba ku nsolobotto. Mwe musobola okukuba ku nsolobotto omulamuzi munnammwe gwe baateeka mu electoral commission ne mumwogerako. Bannabyabufuzi bayinza obutakikola kubanga babeera beeraliikirira nti bwe baneesimbawo ajja basaliriza ng'era bw'abadde akola. Bannamateeka abalala ne bannabyabufuzi basobola okweraliikirira okwogera ku mulamuzi gundi oba gundi, si kubanga abeera mu maaso g'omulamuzi oyo n'amusaliriza oba n'amulamuza ttima. Mwe mukisobola. Mwe musobola bulungi nnyo n'okukola okunoonyereza ku bantu oluusi betwandikidde okunoonyerezaako kubanga mmwe etteeka libawa mandate okukola omulimu ogwo. N'olwekyo twagala okubeebaza olw'okutuyita. Naffe twagala okutwala omukisa guno okubayita. Ekibiina kyaffe ekya People's Front for Freedom kipya twetaaga ba candidates bangi n'abakulembeze abafaananako nga mmwe abasobola okugenda mu parliament ne mukola amateeka, abeefaananyirizaako nga mmwe abasobola okubeera mu local administration ne muwa amagezi. Mujje tukwatize wamu kubanga tewaliwo kibagaana kufuuka bakulembeze in your own right. Twongera okubeebaza olw'okutuyita era mwongere okutuyita. Bwe munaatutuma naffe tunaakola nga kye mututumye, so nga ate naffe bwe tufunanga ebizibu temulwangayo, mujjanga ne mukola mulimu ogwo ogw'okututaasa kubasibira mu bbwa n'abatamanya ŋŋamba abatusibako emisango gye tutazizza. Oluusi nga tetulina na ssente za kwetaasa mu ngeri yammwe gye muyita pro bono. Omukama abakuumi. Kano kankayiseewo. Mwategedde bulungi nti President wa PFF ekiragiro kya kkooti kya baalagidde abeekkomera bamutwale ajjanjabibwe e Mulago. Wabaddewo obunkenke e Mulago okuva lwe twajjidde dda wano tubadde tuwuliziganya, naye era kye twazudde nti amagye gazinzeeko Mulago yenna babadde tebakkiriza bantu kumulaba. Naye kakati twakafuna amawulire nti lawyer we ate partner we Honorable Counsel Lubega Segona akali amaggwa ne mukyala we babakkiriza ne bamusinkana. Bajja kubeera nga batuwa brief ku bigenze mu maaso. Naye Uganda Law Society temukoma ku ekyo kyokka twasiima bwongerwa. Eddoboozi lyammwe lyawulirwa nnyo ne linnyonnyogera ne bannakenya olwa Martha Karua. Ebyali ebya Lukwago wano ne Dr. Kizza Besigye ne Obedi Lutale kakati biri Kenya, biri mu East Africa, biri mu Africa. Eyo yengeri yokka gye tusobola okwerwanako. Bagamba nti obusajja obutono bulwanirira mu ssanja. Kale nno twagala kulwanirira mu ssanja okutuuka lwe tunawangula olutalo luno. Mukama abakuumi.
Thank you so much for that Luganda brief. We are still waiting on the Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society to come and usher us into the next topic, which is about the protection of the critical and essential provisions of the Human Rights Enforcement Act, which were nullified in the decision of Faruku and another versus the Attorney General. To put in context, in that decision where I was an intervener, those two gentlemen sought to nullify Section 11.2. Section 11.2 relates to the situation the individuals here narrated about of torture. That particular provision provides that if you have been tortured to the extent you were, any other criminal proceedings that may ensue, they can be declared a nullity by the court where you first appear. So it gave powers and authority to the trial magistrate or judicial officer to declare a nullity any criminal proceedings that are birthed from a torturous or a degrading occasion. So when these individuals filed that petition that provision should be struck down, the Attorney General filed, and when you read the context of the response or answer from the Attorney General had technically conceded to the petition. So myself and other jurists, including Dr. Kabumba, Philip Kalugaba, Senior Counsel, and a number of Honorable George Musisi, and quite a number of other legal actors, we applied to court and we were permitted to defend, since the Attorney General had conceded to that particular petition. So the decision came out, and the petition was successful, unfortunately. And that particular provision was declared unconstitutional. So we are taking the battle to the Supreme Court because we were unsatisfied with that decision. Technically, the Constitutional Court permitted that a person can be tortured, you get information from them, and then you proceed to charge and convict that person, so long as the complainant is still interested in the subject matter. So we are not satisfied with that decision, and we are challenging it in the Supreme Court. We have since filed the notice of appeal and working on the subsequent court proceedings. So that was the genesis as to why the Radical New Bar moved to declare a strike, tomorrow. And all of us as lawyers, we are going to receive instructions here on how the day will go. I think they are finalizing, but in the meantime, there is a torture victim who really needed about 5 minutes or less she wanted at least to narrate to us the ordeal she went through at the hands of her tormentors. Please, you may access the podium.
All right. During the time of giving their story, she had not arrived and would not like to take away the opportunity from her to tell her story. And I would like her to inform you what transpired.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to be here to fight for justice for whatever happened to me and my colleagues. My name is Achiola Kiroth, and we work for Spiro. During that time, around the beginning of the month, we had the workers of the office, they come to the swap station, and 1 or 2, they get mistakes from us. And from there, I was having threats of sexual harassment from the person who got me at that time at the station. So after that, I decided to get some evidence to prove myself. At around 8, we were called to the office because we thought they were going to work on my issue. But on reaching the office, we were instead taken into something else. We were violated, me and my colleagues. We were beaten brutally. We had to go to the hospital for treatment. We were not treated well because according to all that they had, that's not how they were supposed to handle things. But since we didn't have the authority, we didn't have nothing, we accepted to be violated. And we are here today because we want to seek justice, because we were treated unfairly. They did not treat my issue of sexual harassment, sexual violence. Instead, they went into other things, violation and all that. And today we are here, and we are so thankful to be here because We want justice. Me and my colleagues, we have gone through a lot for the past 3 weeks. For this whole month, we have been running. We have been under pressure. We have been mentally, psychologically disturbed with all that, and we seek for justice. I think that's all.
All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for the courage to come here and you share with us your story. And as Uganda Law Society, you have already taken action, and Advocate Jumba, of course, is leading at that front. So at this very juncture, the Uganda Law Society prepared some placards, and Mr. Anthony Asimwe, I invite you to speak to this particular item as we prepare to see off the leaders of the PFF. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, thank you. I wish they could come this side. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't like the other one.
Yeah. All right. As you can see, while here talking about the state of lawlessness in the country, and I gave a brief of what we woke up to. I think it was on the 15th. On Monday, the 15th. Something that started as a joke. As you're aware, our member, Erias Lukwago, is a legal representative for Colonel Dr. Kizabesije, where Colonel Kizabesije being charged with treason alongside AD Lutare. And while they had filed an application in court, a human rights enforcement application against the CDF and other officers, the court issued summons, and we saw Counsel Erias Lukwago and his legal team mentioning that they intend to serve the CDF to come to court as summoned by court. A lawyer is an office of court. These summons were not signed. They were not issued by Lukwago. He was just a lawyer representing his client. And Abubeka here, who practices with Counsel Lukwago, knows this is the work of a lawyer. And we have protections as legal practitioners, as lawyers. You can never be attached to your client's case. Even in the Advocates Act, our profession does not allow. Doctor was here talking about the professional ethics of doctors and medical practitioners. It's just like lawyers. What you receive in confidence, the information you receive in confidence from your client, you must protect with all your might. You owe your client a duty. It's not the first time we are seeing a person of that caliber being summoned by court. We saw the former CDF being summoned by court during the age limit case in Mbale. He appeared and gave evidence. But that's not the important part. On social media, and it wasn't the first time. Just before, like 2 weeks before, when Honorable Anita Mong was also put under house arrest, one of our members, Kale Balaka, was seen, at the steps of Parliament, going to offer representation to his client. She's been his client for quite some time. And then we saw threats, again from the CDF, saying lawyers will not be allowed to represent such people. And we raised an alarm. We did issue a statement condemning that kind of threat. When you look at the IBS standards, the UN basic principles on the independence of the legal profession, lawyers are not only locally but are globally protected while exercising their work, while doing their job, while representing clients. When it comes to our constitution here, Article 28 talks about a fair hearing. And in that fair hearing, there's a right to legal representation. That every person who is charged with an offense, anyone who has any case in court, has a right to legal representation by a lawyer of their choice. It's only when it comes to capital offenses that people cannot afford, where we see the state availing counsel. Even in those cases, you even saw in Okello's trial, as wrong as it was, as unconstitutional as it was, still the state provided legal counsel at the expense of the state. That's how important the aspect of legal representation is. That's how much it's valued. But unfortunately, what we saw as a threat was now actualized on that fateful day in the morning while Erias Lukwago was about to leave his home. His home was attacked. His fence jumped over, breached. These are people who found him in his bedroom. The other day, last week, our Rnblive, we had Nalongo, Erias Lukwago's wife, narrating the ordeal of what happened that day, how they found him in his bedroom, his right to privacy, another constitutional right. No one shall be subjected to inhuman and degrading treatment. And then the tweets started flowing. These you're seeing here, all these are the tweets. Security operatives abduct Erias Lukwago from his home in broad daylight. Everyone is seeing, and we're supposed to normalize it. The next day we see a tweet, someone confirming they have him in the basement and displaying this kind of, the images you're seeing here. Ongea Kiswahili, he keeps saying, I'm sorry, it won't help him now. This is a member of the legal profession. This is someone who heads a party, political party in Uganda. The colleagues we have here before us. This is someone who has been a member of parliament before. He's a former Lord Mayor of Kampala. Now, if this can be done to a person of that stature, how about you and I? How about this is done in front of cameras? What message should it send to those people who want to run to us as lawyers to represent them, to give them legal representation? What message does it send to other lawyers who have interest, who are representing their clients in such matters? And when I look at this very one, the offense he apparently committed was attempting to summon him to court. It was not Lukwago summoning. It was court. It was a court summon. Again, to our disappointment, the institution that issued those summons has been silent, dead silent. The silence of the judiciary is louder than even the noise we are making, because it makes us question. While Honorable Msumbaya was presenting, when she was talking, she talked about these institutions, the jealous institutions. But why couldn't the court come out and defend its position and say, no, that is our summon? In any case, under normal circumstances, it should be the court summoning these people. They should even have used the court process server. But now, the question was, if we cannot get someone who has been summoned to court and is mocking the very process, the very system, and even the judiciary, amidst all this embarrassment, is very silent. It's not saying anything. Why should we have confidence in that institution? Why should I imagine I'll go there and get justice? Regardless of the legal provisions, Salam Sumbaya, Honorable, talked about the Constitution, the provisions, the 30 years. and what was envisaged. And when you look at it clearly, the judiciary being a separate arm of government, supposed to work independently, and its role, and the whole chapter is dedicated to the judiciary. We are seeing this happening. Are they waiting for a judge, a judicial officer, to also be picked and taken to the basement? Is that when they will come out and speak? Or is that when they will come out and try to defend the sanctity of the temple of justice? We've seen this happen. The other day we had a discussion about what happened in 2005. 2005, I think, where we had 2007, sorry, when we had the Black Mamba invade court. That's the time Dr. Kizza Besigye again had been granted bail and they wanted to re-abduct him. We saw the judiciary come up. We saw them join hands with the lawyers, say no, enough is enough. We cannot allow this kind of impunity. Actually, the principal judge then, Honorable Ogola, authored a poem titled The Rape to the Temple of Justice. Who are the Ogolas of today? We have people heading this institution. In those positions, they are celebrating having been appointed. And we are celebrating them. We are supposed to applaud them for the job well done. But the institution is being run down the drain while they watch. Unfortunately, what we are trying to do as the Law Society, while we're making the noise we're making, is try to protect the independence of the institution. But as it has always been, we saw our colleague painfully, after several days in unlawful detention, in a basement with photos being shared. Others, we couldn't put them here because they are really so degrading, inhuman. He's produced, he's dumped at a police station. He has no access to the lawyers, his doctors, personal doctors. We know his health. And then immediately he's produced in court. We've been talking about this police to prison pipeline. Honorable talked about the fact that you should visit prisons. I might need to also probably inform you that last year, while we were holding our pro bono week, it was the theme, the criminal justice system, which we said needs to be, restructured. We are seeing what they call a police to prison pipeline. It's as if it's a must that someone who is taken to police has to go through court, must go to prison. By all means, this prison, the congestion you're seeing, the prison congestion you're seeing, the conditions there, appalling conditions, are caused by the jailhouse sector, by the system. But now, just like I said the other day, we are adding from basement to prison pipeline. Because people are erroneously, wrongly abducted. That's not an arrest, it's an abduction. The police allows to receive them, even with all the relevant laws we have. After receiving them, we have again the office of the DPP sanctioning, charging. They're the ones who advise. These are government lawyers. By the way, those are lawyers like us. They're our colleagues. We went to the same classes, we went to the same law school. Some of them graduated on the same days, and we speak the same language. The difference is they are government lawyers, and they are under this misconception that they are safe because they're that side, that they are exempted from doing the right thing, from serving the people they're supposed to serve. With all this glaring impunity, we see the DPP sanctioning charges. Moreover, charges that look like they did, flimsy charges. You're charging Erias Lukwago with misprision of treason. And if some of you have bothered to look at it or to listen to the particulars, that he had information. He got information that his client, Erias Lukwago, and Obed Rutare, were planning to commit treason, and he did not inform the authorities. This is a lawyer. So in essence, you're saying the legal profession should not practice the profession that we are directed to. There's another, set of rules. And you sanction such a judge, the DPP, the lawyer, and the person, again another institution, is presented in court. The lawyers did what they did. We call it bone and blood. Apply for bail, considering the medical condition and everything. It is visible, just like they saw the Eddie Mutwez before. And what does the judicial officer do? Sent to prison. At Jan 4 ruling, you saw the skit here. And when they make the bail applications they've made, we had people are having hope. And someone was saying, you guys, you still have hope in the judiciary. Why have we been wasting time waiting here? The day we're supposed to have that ruling is the same day we went to receive Martha Karua from the airport and she was denied entry. But apart from that, the judicial officer is saying, no, I will deliver the ruling online. This is someone who has seen a visibly ill man, and the conditions have been explained. And all this, is in public domain, where someone is showing that they are really above the law and we can do nothing about it. Just yesterday, I was attending a symposium, a summit by the Law Development Center, and someone from UCC was asked a question. We've seen you, as UCC, come out strong on misuse of social media and things that traumatize people on social media. You even banned some songs. The other day you banned Mukobe Peva because you said the information that is in that song is wrong. How come you cannot ban some of these people? How come we are seeing someone constantly posting traumatizing things on social media? But of course, your guess is as good as mine. There's no answer. No institution can touch the powerful. So colleagues, this is a reflection of what's happening. The judiciary decides to send the man, the ruling is delivered. Some people are shocked, some of us are not shocked because it is expected. And it's like they don't even care. They don't have any heart for humanity. They don't have a human rights-based approach to these issues, regardless. Probably we can understand that they are equally under capture, but why do you allow? Why don't you just do? They took oath. I want all of you to go and look at the judicial oath, the oath they take when they've just been appointed. You'll be amazed. And then you look at the actions. Why would someone send such a man who had been treated in such a gruesome manner, appearing the way he did? You say, bail denied. We've been having spaces about this, but we say enough is enough. We've had this. We're going to come back here and cry over it. We come and lament. We have turned into the book of Lamentations in the Bible. But as lawyers, we are saying an attack on a member of the legal profession, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And it is on that basis that we still invite all of you to join us. Now, allow me at this point, allow our guests to go and sit, and I'll invite our acting General Secretary to read to us, to give us our journey for the strike of tomorrow. So, Babu, please come and take charge. We do not want to see any other person. We do not wish any Ugandan to go through this ordeal. We do not want to see photos of another person being shared. So, as Mr. Babu comes here, can I please invite my other colleagues, members of the Governing Council? Mr. Igaru, I saw the treasurer around. Please come join us as Babu takes us briefly in the next session, where we shall give our plan and program for the industrial action slated for tomorrow. So, Babu, please.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I bring you greetings from the President of the Radical Nuba Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society, as well as my colleagues who have already been introduced. And one of the reasons for our presence today is so that we present the marching orders in relation to the nationwide industrial action, which is slated for tomorrow, the 26th June 2026. The theme is that when torture enters the courtroom, justice leaves the republic. The Uganda Law Society informs its members, justice sector actors, clients, civil society, and professional bodies, as well as the media, regional partners, and the public that on Friday 26th, 2026, the society shall undertake a peaceful, lawful, disciplined nationwide industrial action and public sensitization campaign in defense of rule of law. The action coincides with the World Anti-Torture Day and is intended to protest the erosion of safeguards against torture, arbitrary detention, intimidation of advocates, interference with the right to counsel, and the use of unlawful state conduct in the administration of justice. This should be noted that this is not a partisan action. It is not a labor dispute. It is a constitutional intervention, and our message is simple. No justice can be built on torture. No court should sanitize abuse, and no advocate should be punished for defending a client. These are your marching orders as advocates, and listen carefully. All advocates are called upon to issue notices today explaining that the lawyers' strike scheduled for tomorrow is in solidarity with the victims of torture and in the defense of the rule of law. Starting this afternoon, close all your chambers, firms, and legal offices unless you have an emergency human rights response. Resist temptation to keep working on the eve of the strike day, which is today. Work never stops. We are also closing Secretariat this afternoon immediately after the 21st series of Rnblive, which is happening now. Tomorrow, Friday, 26th June 2026, is the strike day, and therefore abstain from all court appearances and ordinary office work. However, the strike has a humane dimension as it seeks to spotlight the betrayal of our anti-torture commitments, which are intended to promote dignity, liberty, and prosperity. Hence, emergency legal work shall continue for such matters, and therefore you should define emergency restrictively. Not imminent threats to life, liberty, and property should keep you away from the industrial action. Examples include involving unlawful torture, arrest, detention, urgent child protection, domestic violence, imminent limitation deadlines, and life liberty applications. Tomorrow is a day of mourning. Wear black attire, black ribbons, black armbands, or approved campaign shirts like mine. You can visibly see the same. And order them now from our website for door delivery. And you should order while the stock lasts, because we have them in plenty and members have already started ordering. Therefore, this will be your last act of solidarity and courage with the bar. Tomorrow is a day for raising public awareness. Share doctrinary perpendicular public messages explaining why the legal profession in Uganda is striking. Consistent with this, vehemently dispute every false or misleading or mischievous narrative against the lawyers' strike, whether it is born out of ignorance, cowardice, or prejudice. Silence enables torture and break the rule of the rule of law. There is no value or honor in silence or neutrality. Condemn any torture-tainted proceedings personally or by suggestion. Tomorrow is a day of accountability. Help us establish a public wall of shame for the World Anti-Torture Day, Uganda edition. Publicly name and shame the enablers of torture, and if you're one of those, publicly ask for forgiveness before you're named on the wall of shame. Critique rulings that set us back should also be mentioned tomorrow, as well as praising judges who have made the public proud. Tomorrow is a day for grounding ourselves in the community. As advocates, you have villages. Therefore, go to the villages. Participate in village level activities to raise public awareness of the unacceptable prevalence of torture in Uganda today, including its recent endorsement by the Constitutional Court. Tomorrow is similarly a day for life or death decisions. Marching order number 8 is about the venue for the most important decision on all our minds. Upon extensive and thorough research and consultation, a radically symbolic venue for our collective action has been gotten. It is my honor and solemn duty to inform you all that the venue of our strike shall be for each lawyer or law student or a friend of the bar, the graveyard, Amararo, where you would be buried in the event you're tortured to death. It is chosen for a symbolic significance of pain and suffering. Many of us, many of you have lost friends, have lost relatives, or even people you know out of torture, and therefore this is such act that will send a message that you're standing in solidarity and in remembrance of those that you lost. Tomorrow is that day when you should cry on their graveyards, because our friends don't know that our lasting place is a grave. Let us report to our ancestors that we are all candidates of torture. If it is not today for you, it will be tomorrow. If it is not tomorrow, that time will come when you're a victim of torture, when your client is a victim of torture, even a family member or a friend. Hence the need to be part of this symbolic message of grieving and striking by the graveyard. You could take a picture from the village and, if possible, at the graveyards of your ancestors. Let fellow Ugandans know that you have conquered fear and you're ready to die. Tomorrow is about final thoughts after torture defeated us. You can as well write wills as advocates, because the times we are in are not friendly. The times we are in are dangerous, as we all know, where torture has become normal, and therefore, by meeting at graveyards and by writing a will, it is a symbol of courage. It is a symbol that you do not have fear. Secondly is the enforcement of the marching orders. All your council members are before you today. Council Zanda Lule, our central representative, Mr. Asimwe Anthony, our VP, myself, Salibabu, acting general secretary, Mr. Isiko Arthur, our treasurer, Mr. Egaru, Emmanuel Omiat, our Northern Bar representative, and Mr. Sam Muhumuza, our Western representative, who is not here, as well as Mr. Eddie Nanguru. All your council members are on strike in their autonomous ways and do not expect them to strike for you. However, there will be volunteers in your particular areas of practice to persuade you to lay down your tools and follow the marching orders. We encourage the most patriotic and most perpendicular lawyers across the country to help us implement the strike by calling upon our colleagues to issue a statement on torture, Encourage your colleagues to join the bar in the court abstention. Remind your colleagues to wear black. Hold at least one community or media engagement. Maintain an emergency legal contact. All heroic lawyers, students, and members of the public must ensure that all activities remain peaceful, lawful, and non-confrontational, and professionally dignified. This is not a demonstration, it is not a riot, but rather a strike. And for that matter, it is not one where we intend ourselves or our members to have their heads crushed because of those who are ready to do the same, by way of trying to intimidate, by way of trying to threaten them. What are clients expected to do tomorrow? Our clients are informed that all legal offices will be closed for that day. This action is not an abandonment of our clients. However, it is a defense of the justice system that protects clients' liberty, property, contracts, families, and rights. Firms and advocates shall communicate emergency contacts for urgent human rights matters. What do we expect from the civil society, professional bodies, and citizens? Civil society organizations, faith leaders, medical professionals, traders, students, human rights defenders, like many of you, and citizens are invited to support the day by action. And such action will be wearing black or a black ribbon, issuing solidarity statements. Invite a lawyer to address you tomorrow because they will be free. This is an act whereby all lawyers are expected not to only visit civil society organizations, but even the public, and create awareness about torture, create awareness about erosion of justice, create awareness about the rape or murder of the Constitution, and create awareness about the several human rights violations and abuses that are ongoing. Sharing verified ULS messages, supporting public education against torture and arbitrary detention, and whistleblowing or reporting tortures and their enablers. Assisting with documentation of any intimidation or abuse, avoiding violence, obstruction, or confrontation, because lawyers themselves haven't called a demonstration, but rather an independent citizen participation in solidarity with victims of torture. Citizen participation is by peaceful witness and not disorder. What can the medical fraternity do tomorrow? Medical professionals are requested to support the action by speaking on human acts of torture, supporting ethical documentation of torture and injury, providing observation where necessary, joining public education on human dignity and anti-torture obligations. What can the media do? And the media are the most critical or crucial at this time, whereby we are experiencing several actions of human rights violations and torture, because they have severally sent out messages and people get to see what exactly is happening in different areas, and they have also observed and witnessed torture right in front of them, as reported by the media. Journalists, editors, and broadcasters, as well as digital platforms, are requested to cover the strike accurately, keep attention on torture and arbitrary detention and right to counsel, avoid reducing the action to partisan politics, report regional participation, verily information through official ULS communication channels, document any intimidation of lawyers, journalists, and citizens. Lawyers and journalists defend public truth from different desks. What do we expect from regional and international partners? Regional and international bodies human rights institutions, and professional associations are requested to issue statements expressing concern about torture-tainted justice in Uganda, defending the right to counsel and independence of advocates in Uganda, calling for protection of fair trials, judicial independence, and freedom from torture in Uganda. The Uganda Law Society particularly welcomes solidarity from East African and international legal institutions, communication and discipline. All members and stakeholders must rely on verified ULS channels. Participants must not circulate unverified claims, fake cancellation notices, inflammatory content, confidential client information, or images of vulnerable persons without consent. But similarly, participants must not leave fake information unchallenged. The action must remain peaceful, lawful, dignified, and focused. What will happen after the strike? The strike is part of the continued rule of law campaign to get this nation back on track for democratization, digital transformation, demilitarization, and decolonization, which are the 4 Ds that the Radical New Bar Governing Council stands for, and the pillars upon which our agenda is premised. After 26th June, Uganda Law Society shall publish a national participation report, document verified incidents, announce legal next steps, engage Parliament and regional bodies, support strategic litigation, and continue public education on torture, arbitrary detention, and the right to counsel. The bar does not strike against justice. The bar acts so that justice is not built on torture. On 26 June 2026, Uganda's lawyers shall stand with the Constitution, with the victims of torture, with the clients, with the court's true constitutional role, and with every citizen who may one day need the protection of the law for God and my country.
Okay, those are our marching orders. I'll invite a few questions. If anyone has a question for clarity, we can address that now before we go on to the next step. Questions for clarity? Those are the marching orders we've issued to the members of the public, the lawyers, other professional bodies, and other individuals, both locally here, regionally and internationally, because this affects all of us, it touches all of us. And that is how we chose to commemorate that day. Yes, sir. I don't know if you had the last part. The communication was clear. What we issued was tomorrow's roadmap, but we didn't say it's stopping tomorrow. We said that after 26th June, ULS will publish a national participation report, document verified incidents, announce the next steps, engage Parliament and regional bodies, support strategic litigation, and continue public education on torture, arbitrary detention, and the right to counsel. All these are the activities we intend to continue doing until we see a change in whatever is happening. How we shall do that, it will be another communication on each step we take. All right. So before we probably go to another question, let's answer that question, because we also want this to be done in Luganda. We're communicating to a local person, to someone out there, not only English-speaking people. People say lawyers speak a lot of English, but this is not meant for only lawyers. It's meant for the members of the public. All right, I've been informed that our guests intend to take leave. Thank you for coming. We do appreciate your participation. And I'll ask Maybe we can first take a photo before you leave.
All right. Blue, white, and black.
Resist lawlessness. 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 Resist lawlessness.
We're still continuing. We have one other important aspect to clarify on the second item. We are just letting our guests who had been here for the first segment to leave because they've requested, but we are still continuing. And I would request for your kind attention as we finalize with this. But I'll request the Secretary to first summarize our marching orders in Luganda for people out there to understand, the people we are speaking to, the members of the public who are calling on, and then we have our final executive order number 10 delivered by one of our colleagues. So, Secretary, Luganda. Attention, can we
Attention.
have the Luganda version?
Adam. Tubalamusizza mwenna fenga ekibiina kya Uganda Law Society era abakulembeze b'ekibiina ekyo aba Radical New Governing Council ya Uganda Law Society leero tuleese ekiwandiiko nga kino ekiwandiiko kyakutufuga ku lunaku lwa 26 Juni olw'enkya era nga tuyina ebiragiro bye tuweereza bannamateeka bannaffe abasomi n'omuntu owa bulijjo ayina okwegatta ku kwekalakaasa okwo okw'enkya. Ekisookera ddala okwekalakaasa kw'abannamateeka tekuliimu kulwana, tekuliimu kukwata bisi, wabula bya ddembe era nga ebiragiro ebituweereddwa oba ebiweereddwa omuntu yenna enkya biri wano wammanga. Eri omunnamateeka yenna olunaku lw'enkya, olunaku lwa leero oluddiringanye olw'enkya strike lwegenda okubeerayo, wandiika nga otegeeza buli omu n'abo b'okozesa n'abo abantu aba bulijjo b'orepresentinga mu misango egy'enjawulo nti enkya offisi zijja kuba nzigale ffe nga bannamateeka tugenda mu kwekalakaasa. Ekyokubiri, era leero lwennyini mugalewo ama ofiisi gammwe. Naffe kino ekitebe ky'abannamateeka tugenda kiggalawo leero, enkya tekijja kuba kiggule. Era olunaku lw'enkya ng'omunnamateeka oyina okwewala okgenda ku kkooti okuggyako nga ensonga ekutwalayo ekwatagana na bya ddembe, kufa kwa muntu, nti oba omuntu bamukutte mu ngeri embi ennyo w'oyinza okgendera mu kkooti. Ekyokuna, enkya tulina okwambala ebyambalo ebiddugavu. Bw'obanga toyina kyambalo kiddugavu oteekeko ka ribboni oba kabanga kagoye nga keweesibye ku mukono. Bwe kitaba ekyo tulina n'essaati wano ez'okwekalakaasa ng'eno gye nnyambadde. Bannamateeka, omuntu owa bulijjo amanyi nti nno olunaku lw'enkya lukukwatako era nga omanyi nti olunaku olwo lw'abantu be baatulugunyaako, oli wa ddembe okujja n'ogigula era ojja kukola oda ku mikutu gyaffe gya Uganda Law Society mukikole mu bwangu ddala nga tezinnaba kuggwaayo. Ekyokutaano, enkya olunaku lwaffe ng'abannamateeka okwogerako eri omuntu owa bulijjo bamunnyonnyole embeera ki gye tuyitamu leero nga eddembe ly'abantu livvoolwa naye nga livvoolwa beesuuliddeyo gwa naggamba teryafaayo era abantu be bakutteko mu nkwata enkyamu. Omuntu ng'olina omuntu wo yenna eyatulugunyizibwa, enkya lwe lunaku lwe tugenda okubasomesa amateeka, okubasomesa eddembe lyammwe ng'abantu. Era tosuubira munnamateeka yenna kuba mu kkooti, lwakuba olunaku lw'enkya tuluwaddeyo nga lwammwe bantu ba bulijjo tukwataganire wamu. Ekyomukaaga, kuba nga tugenda teekawo kye tuyita ekisenge eky'obuswavu, nga kino ekisenge tugenda teekako abo balooya oba abakozi ba gavumenti nga balina background ey'amateeka abakoze ebikyamu ennyo abalinyiridde eddembe ly'abantu. Era olunaku lw'enkya tujja kukozesa engeri y'emu tuyozeyoze abo bonna abakoze ebirungi nga mwe muli n'abalamuzi, mwe muli abannamateeka okulwanira eddembe ly'omuntu owa bulijjo n'okulwanira eddembe ly'abannamateeka. Ekyomusanvu, enkya lwennyini abantu bajja genda tubakunze bannamateeka muddeyo ku byalo, ffenna tuyina ebyalo, mugende abantu bammwe gye mwakulira, gye muyina ensibuko oba enzaalwa, mugende mubabuulirire amateeka, mubategeeze ebintu ebigenda mu maaso mu ggwanga era bamanye nti omuntu bw'aba nkoze kino aba alinyiridde eddembe lyange, aba avodde ssemateeka. Ekyomunaana era nga kye kisinga obukulu, we tugambira nti we tugenda osinziira mu kwekalakaasa kuno nga tubayise mwenna ne tubakunga abannamateeka n'abantu ba bulijjo. We tugenda okwekalakaasiza gajja kuba malaalo. Mugende ku malaalo mukabirire abo abaabasookayo abaafa abalabako ku mize gino emibi, enkola embi, mubagambe nti bizzeemu. Bino bye bintu bye twali tetusuubira kulaba, naye tukabireko bajjajjaffe abaafa tubategeeze nti bannange okuwamba abantu kuzzeemu, okuvoola ssemateeka kuzzeemu, omuntu kyayagala kyakola ate nga yeesuuliddeyo gwa naggamba teri amukwatako, teri ayina kwogera ku bibi biriwo. Ekyomwenda kyakubategeeza nti enkya lunaku lwa ddembe, tewaba akulimba nti abannamateeka bakunze abantu bagende nga bakutte emiggo, bagende nga bakutte ebissi, nti bagenze ku makubo kulwanyisa gavumenti. Ekyo si kye tukoze. Ffe tulambise bulungi engeri abantu gye bayina otwegattako mu kwekalakaasa kuno era ne tulambika na bulungi biki bye bayina okukola enkya, ng'okusingira ddala kusomesa bantu mu ggwanga tukwatire wamu tusobole okumanya nti ngeri ki gye tuyinza okutaasaamu eggwanga lino nga tuyise mu mateeka, era tubasomese ngeri ki gye bayinza okuvuulamu amateeka n'okuba eddembe ly'abantu. Baba tulabye enfunda eziwera nga abantu babalinyirira naye nga tebamanyi na kumanya nti eddembe lyabe balirinyirira. Tukunze abantu bangi nnyo nga mwe muli abannamawulire, mwe muli abasawo, mwe muli n'ebibiina eby'amateeka mu mawanga amalala ne mu nsi yonna, bonna batwegatteko ku lunaku lw'enkya okusingira ddala omulanga ne tuguteeka mu abanamawulire nti ku lunaku lw'enkya mugende mukwate ebinaabeerayo ate mubanga mubikwata mubikwate mu butuufu bwabyo era olunaku lw'enkya musobole okufuna obujulizi bwonna obuli mu kulinyirira eddembe ly'abantu omuli mu kukwata oba okutiisatiisa abantu bonna lwakuba ffe abanamateeka nammwe abanamawulire tuli kintu kyekimu era tulinga ekoyini ey'essente naye nga sayidi za njawulo so abanamateeka n'abanamawulire ffe abantu kwe beesigamye era ffe abayina okubabuulira oba bategeeza ki ekigenda mu maaso eyo ebweru gye batali ebintu ebisinga ebyobumenyi by'amateeka abantu babirabira mu mawulire era ffe ng'abanamateeka ne tubaddukirira era Uganda Law Society ng'ekibiina mu kawaayiro 3 akatufuga ffe ng'abanamateeka oba akatuwa obuyinza okuba nga tuddukirira omuntu yenna kinnoomu ali eyo ebweru eddembe lye eririnyiriddwa era n'ebiragiro ebyo awo we tukomye nga tugamba olwa Katonda waffe n'eggwanga lyaffe mwebale.
All right. Thank you, our secretary, oyabadde muwandiisi waffe ku kitongole kya Uganda Law Society. Ndowooza tumaze okutegeera buli kimu ekirina okukolebwa n'ekitusuubirwamu enkya buli omu gy'ali. Ngenda kusaba munange Alexander Lulenkima nga ye member representing a Central Region wano wetuli okujja wano atusomera ekiwandiiko ekisembayo kye twayise Executive Order number 10 nga nakyo kikwataganira ddala n'omulimu guno gwe tugenda okukola enkya n'okweyongerayo mu maaso ebigenda okukolebwa. Ebibuuzo ebimu bibadde kibuuzo kyabadde kyazedda nti ki kye tugenda okuzaako okuva enkya. So kino ekiragiro kye tugenda okusoma ba Alexander Lule kyagenda otuyitiramu kijja kulambika engeri gye tutegeseemu okulabika nti tugenda mu maaso n'omulimu guno mpaka we tunaafunira obwenkanya bwe tusaanidde oba bwe tulwanirira. Alexander, you're welcome.
Thank you, colleagues, members of the public, those following online, and the ones here. I do observe the protocol as already underlined. We do appreciate our visitors that came to check on us today and follow this cause. And here we are, still in the same line. The Governing Council of RNB, Radical New Bar, has issued again another executive order, which is now number 10. And here it goes. Please listen to me attentively. Executive Order RNB number 10 of 2026. Establishment of Section 3C Committee and International Solidarity Program for the protection of advocates defending the bar against militarization. Whereas the Uganda Law Society was established in 1956 and celebrates 70 years of service to the legal profession and the rule of law in Uganda, whereas Section 3C of the Uganda Law Society Act, Cap 304, mandates the society to represent, protect, and assist members of the legal profession in Uganda as regards conditions of practice and otherwise. Whereas recent events, including the abduction, detention, reported torture, and prosecution of members of the bar, as well as interference with the practice of law, threaten the independence of the legal profession and access to justice, whereas the society recognizes the need for structured, proactive mechanisms to monitor, respond to, and build resilience against military interference and other emerging threats to the practice of law. Now, therefore, the Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society, led by Radical New Bar President Isaac K. Semakadde, Senior Counsel, In exercise of the powers conferred by Section 3, please, can I get your attention? Can I get your attention, please? In exercise of the powers conferred by Section 3 and 10 of the Uganda Law Society Act, Cap 305, hereby orders as follows. Part 1, the preliminary, the short title and commencement. This order may be cited as the Section 3C Committee and International Solidarity Program Order 2026 and may be referred to as the 3C ISP Order 2026. This order shall come into force on the date of signature by the President and Head of the Bar. The interpretation section. In this order, unless the context otherwise requires, an advocate means an advocate enrolled on the roll of advocates of the High Court of Uganda. A committee means the Section 3C committee established under Section 3 of the Advocates Act. ISP means the ISP means the International Solidarity Program established under Section 6. Threat. The meaning and interpretation of threat. Threat includes arrest, detention, abduction, enforced disappearance, assault, or killing. It may also mean intimidation, harassment, or retaliation against an advocate, their family, or staff. 3. Denial or unreasonable restriction of access to a client, court, or detention facility. 4. Search, seizure, surveillance, or interception of files, devices, communications, all accounts, including cyber attacks, hackings, spyware, doxing, and digital surveillance. We are still defining threat. The 5th definition. Prosecution of civilians in military tribunals, or transfer of cases to forums lacking judicial independence. 6. Judicial intimidation, including threats, transfers, sanctions, or adverse decisions targeting an advocate for representations made in good faith. 7. Administrative harassment, including arbitrary suspension, deregistration, tax audits, licensing interference, or denial of practicing certificates without due process. Still under the definition of threat. 8. Abuse or weaponization of laws, including but not limited to the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Anti-Terrorism Act, Penal Code Act, and Protection of the Sovereignty Act 2026, particularly through designation of advocates or clients as foreign agents, or persons acting on behalf of foreign principals. That is still definition of threat. Freezing of bank accounts, asset seizures, or financial surveillance based on receipt of international funding, grants, or pro bono support. Criminalization of legitimate legal representation, advocacy, or funding under terrorism, money laundering, or sovereignty offenses. 9. Violation of the UN Basic Principles on the role of lawyers and IBA standards for the independence of the legal profession, including interference with the independence, confidentiality, or freedom of expression of lawyers. E. Militarization, the meaning and definition of militarization. It means the excessive intrusion of military forces, tactics, or jurisdiction into civilian justice processes and democratic exercises. UN Basic Principles on the Role of Lawyers means the principles adopted by the 8th United Nation Congress on the Prevention of Crime and the Treatment of Offenders, Havana, 1990. IBA standards for the independence of the legal profession means the standards adopted by the International Bar Association in 1990. Protection of Sovereignty Act 2026 means the Act of Parliament cited as the Protection of Sovereignty Act 2026. Establishment, purpose, and functions. Establishment of the Section 3C Committee. There is hereby established a committee of the Uganda Law Society to be known as the Section 3C Committee. The purpose and objectives. The purpose of the committee is to protect advocates and conditions of practice amid militarization, lawfare, and other emerging threats, like the ones we are having apparently. The objectives of the committee are to provide immediate protection and legal response to members facing threats, members of the profession, to defend constitutional guarantees under Chapter 4 and advocate privilege. That is Chapter 4 of the Constitution of this country. Document, verify, and analyze patterns of interference with legal practice, including abuse of legislation. Build member capacity on digital security, rights assertion, and risk mitigation. E, to engage justice actors to secure protocols respecting the independence of the bar. F, to coordinate bar-to-bar solidarity, evacuation, shelter, and exchange programs under the ISP. The functions of the committee. The committee shall A, operate a 24-hour hotline and rapid deployment system for members in distress. It should file habeas corpus, bail applications, and other urgent court processes. C, the committee shall maintain a confidential incident register, including digital incidents, and publish quarterly bulletins on trends. D, issue Know Your Rights materials, digital security protocols, and family emergency scripts. F, the committee shall monitor, document, and challenge the misuse of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Anti-Terrorism Act, Penal Code Act, Protection of Sovereignty Act 2026, and other legislation against advocates and their clients, including through litigation, petitions, and protective advocacy. G, it shall perform such other functions as the Council may assign to safeguard conditions of practice. International Solidarity Program. There is established within the committee the ULS International Solidarity Program, ISP, to manage bar-to-bar solidarity in respect of Section 3C related activities. The ISP shall coordinate evacuation, temporary shelter, and safe relocation programs for advocates facing imminent risks. B, it shall liaise with regional and international bar associations, the ICJ, IBA, L4L, and UN mechanisms to mobilize protective advocacy. It shall organize exchange programs, secondments, and peer learning on defending the rule of law under militarized conditions and lawfare. It shall also secure international funding and pro bono support for emergency assistance and legal defense, including defense against financial restrictions and foreign agent designations. E, it shall submit anonymized data to international human rights mechanisms and collaborate on global reports on threats to lawyers, including abuse of national security and anti-terror laws. The ISP coordinator shall report quarterly to the committee and the council. Composition, powers, and procedure. That is under part 3. Composition of the committee. The committee shall consist of 12 to 15 members appointed by the council for a term of 5 years, renewable once. The committee shall comprise of a chairperson, being an advocate of not less than 10 years post-enrollment experience, a vice chairperson, a secretary, an ISP coordinator, 8 to 11 other members with experience in criminal defense, human rights, anti-money laundering law, counter-terrorism law, and digital security. The ULS secretary, or his or her designate, shall serve as ex-officio secretary without voting rights. That is to the committee. The inaugural Section 3C committee shall comprise the following members. This is the first bunch of the members. Lillian Edrabo shall be the chairperson. Stephen Kalali shall be the vice chairperson. Amina Achola shall be the ISP coordinator. The following shall be the members: David Oluka, Arnold Musinguzi, Ayesiga Rebecca, Michelle Joffrey, Yasin Sentumbwe Munagomba, Calvin Kilama, Joy Maureen Adiru, Olanya Isaac Ronald, Mujoma Abdallah Abdurrahman, Minonza Achom, and the 14th person is Honorable Salibabu, the acting secretary of ULS, as the ex-official. These are the powers of the committee. The committee may demand immediate access to detained members and clients in accordance with Article 23(5) of the Constitution. It may still issue statements and advisories in defense of the bar. It may instruct and brief counsel on urgent applications and constitutional petitions challenging abuse of legislation. That is the bar council. It may request information from public bodies subject to law. It may still administer funds allocated from the Legal Assistance Fund for emergency interventions, including legal defense against foreign agent or terrorism charges. Meetings and procedure. The committee shall meet at least once every month and may hold emergency meetings within 2 hours of a critical incident. Quorum of the meeting shall be 6 members, including the chairperson or vice chairperson. The committee may establish subcommittees, including a rapid response team, documentation and data team, and lawfare monitoring team. Reporting. How shall the reporting be done? The committee shall submit quarterly reports to the council, that is the ULS council, and publish anonymized bulletins to members and the public with specific data on threats related to abuse of the AMLA Anti-Terrorism Act. The other one is the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Penal Code, and Protection of Sovereignty Act 2026. The committee shall submit an annual report on the state of conditions of practice not later than 31st January each year. The miscellaneous part, that is under part 4. Budget and secretariat support. The Council shall allocate funds from the Legal Assistance Fund for the operations of the committee and the ISP. The Secretariat shall provide administrative, communications, and data management support to the committee. Publication and revocation. Any prior administrative directive inconsistent with this order is revoked. This executive order shall be published immediately on the ULS website and articulated via official email to all ULS members. Issued by the ULS Governing Council at ULS House, Kololo, this 25th day of June 2026.
All right. Thank you, Azanda. Can I call upon the members of the committee who are in the room? I know others are following us online, and maybe one thing I need to clarify is that the composition of the committee is cognizant of the fact that we have members practicing in different regions, and they have representation from each and every region of the country. Let's have the members of the committee here who are present. Thank you. Thank you for accepting and for being here with us today, and those who are following us online. So I will allow the chairperson about a minute to say something, but before that, allow me hand over. This is a handover of instruments of power to the committee, but I'll invite the chairperson to say something. I'll first begin by congratulating all of you and also for welcoming you to the service of the Radical New Bar Governing Council. So, Adam, stop disturbing us. Right, brilliant.
Good afternoon, members. I am so humbled to be given this opportunity to serve in the capacity of the chairperson, Section 3C of the Uganda Law Society Act. I'm so humbled to be the team leader, and I pray that me and my team, you will trust us with this opportunity to serve you, and we shall be available to serve you at any time that you reach out to us. Feel free to call us anytime. I accept this role of chair of this committee with the greatest humility ever, and that it is a deep sense of responsibility that is being borne on our shoulders. To my committee, we shall be honored to serve you, and we thank you, and we pray that we serve the members of this honorable law society with all the dignity, with all the effort that we can, and that we shall serve you fearlessly, and regardless of whatever it is that is thrown to you members, I want to commit that me and my team, we shall be available to serve you. And as the chairperson of the committee, if you can't reach out to the rest of my members, please, my number will always be available. It doesn't matter whether you're calling me in the night, it doesn't matter whether you're calling me during the day. If I fail to answer to you, I'll make sure I reach out to the rest of my committee members so that we are able to serve you. I know our country is now in a situation whereby we are all living in fear.
If any of you was at court on Monday when Mr. Lukwago was brought to Makindye Court, the cloud of sadness that was there at court, you could touch it. So I pray that us being on this committee, you people trusting us with a mandate to serve you, we shall hold our hands together, especially as members of Uganda Law Society, and that we shall serve you diligently. I want to thank you, and I pray that you'll make our work easy, that you'll be able to reach out to us, and we shall work together for the betterment of our profession and the betterment of our country. I take this opportunity to thank you once again and to say we are here to serve you, and to my team, let's get ready to serve our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for attending this Rnblive session. It's coming to an end, and it is now my singular honor to invite one of the council members. I don't know who's ready to volunteer. My brother, Tiang, please approach and give us the closing remarks. And after that, we shall have a closing prayer, and departure will be at leisure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, our moderator of the day. Let's give him a big hand clap. He has done a good job. Keep it up. The president of Uganda Law Society and my colleagues, the council members, our colleagues who are online, our guests in absentia, all protocol observed. My name is Emmanuel Egaru Omiat. I represent the lawyers of the Northern Bar. Indeed, it has been a day, a great day to us, the lawyers of this country, a great day to the citizens of this country, a great day to the rule of law, a great day to human rights, a great day to justice. I just want to pass a vote of thanks, first of all, to our president of Uganda Law Society for the able leadership and for leading us to the right direction. And I want to pray that may the Lord continue to bless you, even when you are at exile. We feel your presence just like you are here with us. Also, my colleagues, those who are here and those who are online, I want to thank you very much for the courage you have and for being resilient and for leading the noble profession, for leading the lawyers of this country. Also want to thank in a special way our guests, especially the members of PFF who are here with us. They have given us a wonderful address here, and in their absence we want to thank them so much, and I want to pray that they continue to do what they have volunteered, because what they are doing is voluntary work to serve this country, to serve their party, to serve the citizens of this country. And also I want to thank our members, members of Uganda Law Society, those who are here, you have been here since morning, and even those who are online, you have been there. May you clap for yourself. Without you being here, this meeting could have been meaningless. And many of your faces, I can see you are always here. And we want to continue to thank you and pray that continue to support all the activities as guided by Council. And also the fourth estate. We want to thank you. You have been here all through, right from day one of Radical Rnblive. Every single Thursdays, you are here. We don't want to take it for granted. May you continue to do the good work that you are doing. We recognize your efforts, and we want to thank you so much. Continue doing the same. Above all, as we all know, we are all geared towards our big day tomorrow, when as the lawyers, we shall lay down our tools and express our dissatisfaction with lawlessness in this country, as we resist lawlessness, as we resist failure for institutions to follow or to obey or to observe rule of law, human rights, as we join the rest of the world in recognizing the day in support of victims of torture. So I just want also to add my voice to the lawyers that let's be the light of the world, and we do the needful as is expected of us. Apoyo matek for God of my country.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel Egaru Omiat. And on that note, we've come to the end of today's Rnblive. And as we had communicated earlier, we requested all the members of the bar, all the lawyers, to close shop beginning today and now, as we continue tomorrow. And to the members of staff here at the ULS House, to our guests, we are closing this place in the next 10 minutes. And Madam CEO and your team, I expect to have everyone leave immediately. I'm locking the place and going with the key. I'll be the one to open. We are not chasing, we are not having bad manners to our guests, but want you to understand that we intend to move in this direction. When we say we are closing shop, we have to live by example. So we are closing Secretariat in the next 10 minutes. So the colleagues who are still down there, the Secretariat team who are still working, please close your desks and you leave as of now. We are closing and shutting down. Thank you very much. Until we meet again here, we'll be communicating to the Fourth Estate. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.